Clerk, if you can do the roll call, please.
Commissioner Barone.
Present.
Vice Chair Sanchez.
Present.
Chairman Romero.
Present.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Present.
Commissioner Durant.
Okay, let the record show that Commissioner Durant is not in today. We'll move on then to the approval of the agenda, item 3.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, under item 4A, return of the rental bedroom to the Ranchitos. We're going to table that until our next housing meeting on that because we need a resolution for it. And also, we were informed yesterday on item 3, E3, the annual and the annual reauthorization of the 5-year plan and the one-year plan. HUD is not requiring that at this point because of the transition over to the North Central Housing District.
Very well. Okay, Commissioners, you've heard the remarks of the County Manager. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve as amended, Chairman.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanchez. Commissioner Durant. Commissioner Barone.
Yes.
Chairman Romero.
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to item 4 then, Department Reports, Decision, Consideration, Discussion regarding the following. Item B, Section 8, Housing, Sarah Lopez, Section 8, Manager. And the item under that is the waiting list status. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners and Attorney and County Manager and other people that are here. I gave you a copy of my little report there. Our voucher allowance is 448, and right now we're at 350, and that includes the 306 tenants that are active contracts. We have 20 in shop mode, which means that they are now looking for housing. They're moving from one place to another. We have 4 port-ins that have come in from other cities or states, and we have 20 port-outs, which means our tenants are now living in other cities or states. So we have to pay for those until they get absorbed. On January 3rd, I sent out 40 letters from the waiting list because these people had been waiting since 2009. Out of those 40, I have given 17 vouchers. Only 3 have a HAP contract. 11 are still pending for background checks or other verifications, and that includes some that didn't show up or mail that was returned. On January 13th, we did a purge of the waiting list, so we sent letters to all 407 people on our waiting list. As of March 4th, we have 150 on our waiting list right now. We also have about 20 people that have requested to be put back on the waiting list. Some of them were because we had the wrong address. Some were in the hospital or sick and couldn't make it to our deadline. So we have reviewed those and we have decided we're going to put those back. So that will put up the 150 to a little bit more, to about 170. On the second page, I kind of gave you the report. It's an MTCS report that goes to PIC, and it's for public housing, but it also catches our Section 8 program, so that kind of goes along with what I had in the front. Well, we have, this one says 301 tenants that have active contracts. So since that report, people might have given their 30-day notice. On the third page, there's a bedroom size breakdown. So you can kind of see how many 0 bedrooms. We have 63, 1 bedroom, we have 84, 2 bedrooms, we have 91, 3 bedrooms, there's 45, and 4 bedrooms, we have 16. So that's my report there.
Ms. Lopez, I really appreciate this report. In my time as a county commissioner, I don't believe I've seen this.
Okay.
So I really appreciate the fact that you've presented this to the commission. I do have a question on page 1 with regards to the port-ins and the port-outs. Is this some sort of an indicator that a lot more people are moving away from Taos to other cities? And do some of these folks give a reason as to why they're moving out?
Some of them are due to medical. We have people that the high altitude is not good for them, so we do have some that move due to that. Some of them are moving back to be with family as they get older, and that's where we're at now.
And Ms. Lopez, on the average, are they small families? Are they one person? Are they big families?
I think 80% are like one person.
Okay. Very good. And I also appreciate the table that includes the amount of the monthly, the gross rent, the payments, the amount of bedrooms, the units, and all that. Good information there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, commissioners? Commissioner Blankenhorn?
No, I just wanted to thank you, too, especially for cleaning up the waiting list from 407 to 150. That's really important, gives us a better idea of what we need. I know that list had just kind of built up over the years because no one was working on it. And
Right.
so appreciate that effort, too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, also Sarah, I've got, just want to find out how we are on our paving project in the Questa area. Is that going to continue?
The paving project?
Yes.
That, I don't know, that would probably be for Felipe.
Felipe will answer that question.
Okay, and Mr. Tafoya is in the audience. You want to come forward, Mr. Tafoya? Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, as far as we know, the paving project is still on hold. We did half of it. We still need to do the other half. And that's when the funds will be available. It will continue.
And Mr. Tafoya, I'd like to thank you and your staff for doing what you did. It made a big, big difference in getting the front portion of that. That was, it was really bad, but I want to thank you. And Sarah, what do we have? Do we have any units in the Questa area for my constituents?
You mean for Section 8? We
Yes.
do have a lot of people that do rent in Questa, in the area up there.
Okay. So you have some openings in Section 8?
Yes.
Okay. And how about the housing up there? Is there any units that are available?
Evelyn will answer.
Mrs. Abeta?
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having us here today. Yes, we do. We have 4 vacant units. One is an ADA unit for wheelchair people,
Okay.
and then the other 3 that we have right now. I have already depleted the waiting list for Questa for some reason. People are not really interested right now in going into Questa. So we've, I send out from other, whatever they're interested in, some of the other sites. So I went ahead and sent out letters on that to see if they would be interested in Questa. So it should be full.
Okay. Mrs. Abeta, could I have a contact number for my constituents there where they can get with you?
Yes, it's 575-758-2460, and I'm at extension 203.
203.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And what, 758, what was that again, ma'am?
2460.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on then to item 4C. This is Mr. Felipe Tafoya. Again, this is the maintenance. He's a maintenance supervisor. Status of units under repair.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Again, welcome.
Thank you. There is 168 housing units. To date, we have 12 empty units at 3 sites. Peñasco has 3 units that are ready to do move-ins. At our Questa site, we also have another 3 units that are available for move-ins. The 4th unit is an abandoned unit. Work on this unit has been implemented as of today. At our Ranchito site, we have 5 empty units. 3 are ready for occupancy. On our unit 952, a shower needs to be installed and the door needs to be relocated, as well as the electrical wiring. We are waiting for a scope of work so we can get the contractors to start bidding on this project. On unit 916, we have torn off the walls in the bathroom, laundry room, and the closet. We discovered that there was mold, as you can see in these pictures. That's when the tenant had moved out. We went and did an inspection and started looking around, and I ended up tearing a little bit of the wall, and I found all this mold behind the bathroom. The unit has been flooded, was flooded about 3 times. We also discovered that under the shower, as you can see, the floor was rotted out. And so we began a process of tearing all the sheetrock out. At this point, we are installing new sheetrock and installed new flooring, and also we're going to be doing a new toilet and new sink. So we're probably rehabilitating the whole unit.
Mr. Tafoya, were those roots in one of those?
Yes, they were.
Tree roots or
No, grass.
grass?
Yes. Okay, let's see. On our Gustav, Linda Vista, Cervantes, and Zia sites, we are 100% occupied. Within the last 5 to 10 years, 5,600 work orders have been completed by the maintenance. In the last 24 months, we've done 424 work orders. And in the last 6 months, 228 work orders have been completed. This also includes units that have been refurnished, move-outs, move-ins, and the work orders, plus day-to-day things that are going on throughout the day. That would conclude me. We also have some more pictures of before and after units.
What is the average age of the units?
Our oldest is 1962, and the most recent one would be was, I believe, 1978. Thank you.
The oldest ones being in the town of Taos?
The oldest one being was part of the city, and that's at our Linda Vista site.
Okay.
As you can see in these pictures, this is one of the units that we had to totally tear all the flooring, and this is after effect after we've done the flooring and rehabilitated the unit. This unit, we did end up having to install a new refrigerator and a new stove. The ones that were in that unit, they were beyond use. We've got some more. And of course, this has been completely refloored. That was one of the units that was offline for a little while because we were waiting for our CFP's monies to come in, but we ended up doing it out of our general budget. What was that? Was there more in there? That was all? All right. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Tafoya.
Thank
Any
you.
questions, Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Tafoya, I just want to thank you for all the hard work, and also the staff in the office done a great job. One thing that I keep hearing from my constituents is there any way we can relocate the trash bins, them being next to the playground there in the Questa area?
We have moved them in several places at this point where they're in front of the park. That has been so far the best place.
Okay.
We've had them in the back, and we've had a lot of tenants complaining, especially the elderly. It was too hard for them to go to the back. We've had them on the side, and a lot of tenants complained that trash was blowing into their yards, and also the neighbor, that the trash was blowing down to his yard. At this point, we thought we would put them in the front, but then we started getting a lot of other people going in and throwing their trash in our trash bins. At this point, that is the best place that we have found that it's the best place so far. We are trying to look for different locations, but at this point, because of our elderly, it's the safest spot right now.
And Mr. Tafoya, again, I want to echo just a big thank you to all of you. Done a great job. Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Felipe, are you guys, do you guys have an enclosure for those trash bins?
No, we don't.
Is that something you guys are considering? I know it helps.
We had considered that. We talked to the waste management. The problem was that they would have troubles getting the truck in there, right where they're at this point. Because we did think about enclosing them, that way we can control the flying trash. But the sanitation trucks would be too big and they won't be able to get into it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? That's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 4D, Finance Department, Leandro Cordova, Finance Director, Irene Martinez, Financial Specialist. Welcome again.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, basically I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the report, and I want to thank the staff as well, like you guys, because they have done an amazing amount of work with a very skeleton crew and a skeleton budget. It looks like for the whole fiscal year so far, we've been basically operating on reserve funds and rents, and we haven't done any drawdowns of our funds until just this week. And so they've done an amazing job, I believe, with very scarce resources. So I'd like to talk a little bit about a budget adjustment you're going to see later on in the actual commission meeting for housing. We're going to be moving some money around to increase the training that the staff can go to. In fact, they're going to be leaving to some training right after this meeting, I believe. We feel that's only fair to get them as qualified and well-trained as possible for the transition. We're also moving some money around in that budget adjustment to address the major audit findings of the Housing Authority, and we will be contracting with our fee accountant to go ahead and take care of mainly the assets and the reconciliation of some escrow accounts. Also, I wanted to kind of update you on the transition. I had a brief phone call this morning with Santiago Chavez, who is the chairman of the Northern Regional Housing Authority. You'll discuss the contract later on in the meeting in terms of the contract with them to provide oversight of the Housing Authority. He just wanted to let me know so that I could give on to you the timeline of this. You're going to enter into a contract that's beginning April 1st. However, because today is April 1st, we don't want to expect that crew out there tomorrow. However, within a week, they probably send 5 or 6 of their staff out here and really hit the ground running. They want to do a true evaluation of everything. Their goals are by the end of this month to be taking over the operations, and maybe by the end of May actually take over some of the finances, most of them. They really want to get in and do what they can to take this over. So that's the latest on that. In the meantime, we will do everything we can here at the county to get what we can out of the final funds. We want to make sure that all these projects that maintenance has addressed and need to do, we will continue to work on, and we just want to transition as smoothly as possible. We're more than happy to hand it over to Northern Regional because they have the expertise to do this, and I think it'll be the best thing for Taos County in the end. So, and I don't have much more on that. The manager said that HUD, I have been in contact with HUD for the last week, probably every day. Our manager, Ms. Griego, is probably getting tired of hearing from me, but I won't, making sure that she's okay with everything that we're doing in this transition. And she's assured me that the new entity that's taking over the management will be required to do all of the annual plans and all the reauthorizations and stuff, but we're not going to need to do that because it wouldn't make sense for us to do it at this time knowing we're going to hand it over. So
the Regional Housing Board is going to be located in Taos still?
Yes, the entity that they're contracting with will be coming out here. They will take a little time to figure out where they're going to establish themselves. I believe they're having a couple people relocate actually to Taos from out of state. And so that's why they wanted to just reassure the commissioners that don't expect to see them tomorrow, but you might see a bunch of them next week, and then they'll scale back as they get a handle on the operations.
And there are some economic benefits to the fact that they're going to be continue to be located in Taos in northern New Mexico versus what could have happened is them relocating to another district somewhere else in the state.
Exactly.
And maybe you can talk, I don't know, Mr. Archuleta, I know you know more about that end of it probably, and so maybe you can share some of that as well.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, actually, that's been our ultimate goal for Taos County, is to have some economic development within Taos County. And when we found out about the problems over at the Housing Authority, the Commission made a quick decision to go ahead and bring Taos County Housing under the Commission, even though there was some issues around embezzlement and audit findings that we knew that we were going to have to undertake. The purpose of that is actually where we are a year later, which is that we wanted to fix the program, turn over a good, well-functioning service back over to HUD or to the North Regional, but also have that North Regional centered here in Taos. This will cover all of northern New Mexico, so from everywhere from Raton, New Mexico to Farmington, New Mexico, the whole northern region will actually be working out of the Taos office. And so it's going to help with some economic development, it's going to help with some jobs, and that was ultimately the goal of the Commission and staff, to move that forward and make sure that we secure it here within Taos County, because jobs are so vital to our community. And so I again too want to commend the staff for all the hard work they've done. We've also are trying to make sure that they're all in permanent positions, that the transition into the regional housing authority goes smoothly, and that all the staff is actually trained and certified in those different areas. Staff is undertaking a lot of online courses. They're also going to be attending a training this week down in Ruidoso as the National Housing Authority certification training down there. So it's a good day, and we've done a lot of movement in there. And as you can see, even the buildings that we now have for our people to be in they've really done a lot of work to get that in there. They've lowered the waiting list. We actually, for the first time, really have vacancies available to staff or to our constituents in different areas like Questa, where we have 3 vacancies right now that we can actually get some more people in there. So it's a good day.
And of course, kudos and hats off not only to the housing staff, but also to our own administrative staff, Leandro and Manager Archuleta, and everyone else that's been involved in the process.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll move on then to...
That's pretty much it.
On the agenda, you've covered all the points? Okay, very good.
Do you have any questions from the Commission?
No questions, Commissioners? Okay. We'll then go ahead and move on to adjournment. Is there a motion?
So moved, Chairman.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes, okay. Thanks to the public for allowing us to go ahead and hold on our Housing Authority meeting before we start our regular meeting today. And welcome again. At this time, I'll go ahead and have the clerk go ahead and conduct the roll call again on the commission meeting, regular commission meeting.
Present.
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 Present. Okay. I would like to welcome our new Town of Taos Councilor, Mr. Fritz Hahn. And Mr. Hahn, if you can please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning, would really appreciate it.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilor Hahn. We'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Commissioners, it's doesn't appear as long as it was the last time, but it's still lengthy. Any changes from staff, commissioners?
Hearing none, motion to approve as presented.
Okay, I will go ahead and second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, we'll move on then to item 5, citizen concerns, and this is for discussion purposes only. Deborah, go ahead and come forward. State your name for the record. Barbara, I'm sorry. Barbara Shepard.
Good morning, and thank you for the time this morning. I know you've got a full agenda, and we will be brief. My name is John Durham, and I am president of the Stagecoach Neighborhood Association. We're one of the only zoning overlays that is currently within the Taos County land use regulations, and we've been working on our update, which will come in following the approval of the underlying land use regulations, which are still on the table. A few months ago, I realized that it made sense to create somewhat of a coalition. We have 3 neighborhood organizations abutting Highway 64 from the old blinking light west, approximately 4.5 miles. That includes the Lower Las Colonias West Mesa Neighborhood Organization, Stagecoach Neighborhood Association, which includes Toon Drive, Calle Filiberto, and several secondary roads off of those, as well as the Hondo Mesa Neighborhood Organization, which is east of Stagecoach. Because we're all 3 working on overlays, I thought it would be a good idea for us to get together to talk about common interests and common concerns, and it became very apparent that one of the most obvious common concerns was the uncertainty about the county's taxation process on commercially zoned land. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of inconsistency from the planning department and the assessor's office on whether land would be assessed for taxation based on its zoning or on its actual land use. We have several property owners in that corridor who would like commercial zoning, and those requests conform to the desires of the neighborhood organizations, but people are reluctant to take on commercial zoning if they're going to be assessed for taxation purposes. So we have shared with you a letter signed by the 3 neighborhood organizations. All we are asking for is consistency and clarification. The letter actually asks that the new land use regulations include a statement regarding this clarification. That may be overkill, but there are other means for you as a board to officially create and promote a policy. That can be a resolution, it could be an ordinance, but it's going to be a lot easier for the neighborhood groups flanking Highway 64 to make land use decisions in their overlays if the property owners are aware of what the county's process will be for taxation. Barbara Shepard is here with me today from Lower Las Colonias. Would you like to add something?
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning,
Thanks
Barbara.
for having this forum. I think it's very important. I just want to say up front that I think it's always a good thing that at the beginning of your meetings that you listen to citizens, even though you've heard all of us, or some of us, many times. This issue of taxation has been circled around for years, and it's not just affecting our particular 3 neighborhood associations. It affects all neighborhood associations, and it affects the land use planning for the whole county. And that just like other issues have been really fine-tuned in the latest draft, this is an area that I think will affect people's willingness to endorse and support land use planning. And if there is a clear answer, there's no reason why it shouldn't be put in there. We've heard things that there's state regulations we must follow. Well, let us know what those state regulations are. If there aren't, and it's about policy, we've heard from top administrators here that it's about policy. So we need to have that clarified, and I think it will help to move land use planning and the land use regulations forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. And Mr. Malone, do you think that it is possible to include this statement in the new revised proposed land use regs?
Mr. Chairman, we could certainly put a statement in of support, but the role of determining valuation by statute is given to the assessor and not to the county commission. We can't direct the assessor what to do about valuation. And so that's the short answer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Malone. And with that, Darlene, can you shed some light on that?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning
Welcome.
to all. I know this question has come up several times, and I've stood before you all and many others to explain how we arrive at value, and that is simply the market and basically the sale of property basically determines the market. Now, if a property is rezoned to commercial, until the market has established that value, we cannot set a value. So the value would remain as is until we can establish that value. And so, for example, if someone is utilizing the property for agricultural purposes and meets that agricultural statute, it will remain agricultural until that use changes.
I see.
Okay, so once again, it's difficult to put something in the regulations, in my mind, that prohibits us because we have to always look at the market and see how the market reacts. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Barbara, John, thanks for your work here and for regionalizing a little bit and bringing this to us. It's good that you wrote it out, because I think that's the only way we're really going to clarify it. But I think as you wrote it is not correct. The assessment levels will not change until the actual use of the property changes. I think it's that the assessed value won't change until there are comparable sales in the area, which raises the market value. But it's not the case, importantly, as County Assessor just said, it's not the case that upon rezoning, your values will go up. They will not. They'll stay the same until it actually begins to be developed commercially and there's comparable sales that show that the value of the property is now raised. Then your taxes will go up, but your property will be worth more. So, and all of that is set by state statute. It would be nice if we could somehow maybe get it in writing and get something out to the neighborhood associations. Bob, do you agree with all of that?
I agree with both what you said, Commissioner, and with what Ms. Vigel said.
So yeah, maybe we can get some kind of a statement from staff that just sets out that this is state law and this will be the effect once the zoning goes in.
And commissioners, and maybe incorporate some of what it is that is indicated in that state law as well into the LUR. That way it balances out, or it supports exactly what is wanting to be done by the neighborhood associations. Okay. Deborah.
Thank you for the clarification. And then we just wanted also if there was any update on land use, the LUR moving forward. It's been a while since the last meeting.
I believe that's going to be discussed on the agenda today by staff as well. Sir, go ahead. State your name for the record.
Stephen Robertson. I'm also with Las Colonias West Mesa Preservation Society.
Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm not entirely clear on your explanation, Mr. Blankenhorn. We have mixed-use zones, commercial and residential. Now, who is going to determine in these mixed-use zones what the value of some property is? Let's say you have some undeveloped land and there's a commercial property on one side and a residential property on the other.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the assessor's office which determines whether it's going to be valued commercially or residentially?
Our assessor can respond to that question. Go ahead.
Okay.
If I could, yes. Sure. Okay, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, once again, it's all driven by the market, but keep in mind that, and I think Commissioner Blankenhorn stated it very, very well, in that once properties start selling, you know, that we analyze the market. We analyze what's going on out there, and so we determine those values based on that. Now, as far as classification, once again, as it's selling, and if it's sold for commercial use and it's zoned commercial, we're going to classify it as such. Now, vacant land and commercial land is under the same classification. So just, I don't know if that confuses anyone, but there is a residential and a non-residential. And so once again, once, the use has changed, then we will go ahead and establish that classification. Does that answer your question?
Not really.
Okay, so basically we analyze what's going on out there, but I think your question is based on who's going to determine the classification, whether it's res, non. Okay, well, certainly the property owner first drives that. They determine if they build a residential structure on there, but I believe we're talking about a commercial zoned area, or is it a mixed area? Okay.
And I think the question is, if you have vacant land that's zoned residential, it borders commercial land that has been developed commercially, would the residential land values go up to the commercial levels?
No, that is not correct. Once again, it will not go up.
Because it's zoned residential.
That is correct.
And under the market, your property is limited to that use.
That is correct.
It can't benefit from the
commercial,
the more valuable commercial use.
That is correct.
That's one case where zoning actually would keep property
that is
taxes
correct.
down.
Yes. So.
But it's the mixed use zones which are the problem.
Yeah.
But the valuation could be whatever somebody says it is.
Right, it's tricky business. It's based on comparable sales, and if the assessor is too liberal with their assessments, then you have a complaint. Then there's a good hearing process that actually works. So,
right.
I will have to take your word for that, sir. But, I'd like to make one more point regarding the land use regulations. The history of enforcement of zoning in this county is miserable, and I don't know why anyone should assume that with future commissions it might be a continuation of the past practices. I would like to see a provision, and I hope you would agree, in the regulations stating that if an individual property owner has been harmed by a violation, and if the county does not act to correct that violation, then the property owner has a right to bring an action in district court against the county to compel it to enforce its own laws. Seems like a reasonable provision to me. It's like the old writ of mandamus, as you may be familiar with.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Malone, any thoughts on that?
I think that would require a great deal of thought and consideration, because the potential liability to the county would be huge.
Mr. Chairman?
Why would it be huge? Just asking the county to enforce its own law.
Because the current enforcement is based upon reported violations. We don't have the staff to go out and determine every violation. That's the reason. Now, and I can't speak for the planning department. They're going to have to speak for themselves about what kind of burden. But all I'm saying is that currently we rely upon reporting for violations.
Well, suppose a violation is, excuse me, I'm sorry.
All I'm saying is that would be the kind of provision that it would be a mistake to say, yeah, we'll do it on 2 minutes notice. It should be studied and determine the effects and report back to the commission.
And Mr. Chairman, real quick, anybody has that right. They can bring a lawsuit against the county for failure to enforce any law that we don't enforce. So it's not necessary to include it in the LUR. And honestly, I think there is some reason to believe that going forward enforcement will be better than in the past. If you sat through that housing meeting, you could see that, this administration has made some good progress, and I think that progress will continue in the planning department. So let's be optimistic as we're going into these new LURs.
Yes, but we have future commissions which we don't know what they'll do.
It's true.
Thank you. Are you certain that anyone can bring an action against the county for non-enforcement?
Pretty certain. But I guess we don't want to get into it.
I disagree with that, Commissioner.
Oh, do you? Okay, well, then I'll defer to Bob, because...
Well, I wish the commission... Let me clarify one point. Anybody can bring an action who has a filing fee. What I disagree with is that they can bring a successful action.
Oh, well, I didn't say successful, for heaven's sakes. There's no way you're going to win that suit.
I hope the commission will consider this, adding that provision. I think it would be very helpful.
Thank you for those comments. Okay, Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. My family is very much concerned with this issue. I'm not sure I feel any better now after hearing some of the feedback, because the way I see it is it doesn't matter whether you're in a grazing area, a zone grazing, or whether it's commercial. It's if commercial use starts moving towards you, it's going to change anyway, whether you zone it one way or the other. The question really came about because we were asking, if you don't zone it commercial and you're wanting to turn it into commercial, what's the impact of having to rezone it? And it's substantial, as I understand, in terms of cost and what you have to do. So the thing I see right now is weighing whether there's any benefit in designating commercial versus letting it stay as agricultural use, which we are doing and will continue. The question I would have also would be, well, how close do those comparables have to be before you're affected? A mile away, half a mile away, or whatever, you know, because if it's 64, obviously 64 has already got some commercial moving towards the land that we have. So how close does that then come in before you're zoned? I know there is a protest process that you can, you know, use to challenge changes in appraisals, and I'm sure that will be used if necessary by those individuals. So anyway, not very comfortable in knowing just what to do. It isn't a simple answer, and I do know that the effects on your property are certainly affected by what's happening next to you in terms of values. So we'll just have to figure out what's best for all those families. Thank you.
You want to take on that?
No, just real quick, you know, no matter how close commercial property gets to your property, if you maintain the agricultural exemption, then your taxes will never go up.
I don't know about that. As I understand, if you're next to a Walmart, for example, and you're grazing it, does it still stay taxed as agricultural, or does it change?
It's agricultural.
If it's being used agriculturally, we will leave it. Now, this is an example. It's a commercial corridor right here by the plaza, and there's a residential house right across from Taos End. That's still residential because it's not been, you know, I believe the highest and best use would be commercial, but it has been classified as residential because that was the use. So that gives you an example of use, you know, and so eventually I think that will change. And certainly to answer a couple of your questions and concerns, I wish we had some solid answers that would satisfy everyone about values and how close, and you know, really we analyze the market at the assessor's office. We interpret what's going on out there. So basically buyers and sellers set that. You know, they're the ones that determine. You know, when we analyze where are the boundaries within the neighborhood, we look at sales that have taken place within the neighborhood, and we can actually identify where that break is. You know, we can say like from this property to this property, we can already see the values changing because of the market. And so each area, each neighborhood is different. So it's just really hard to assure everyone that going forward in the future, what's going to happen. We don't know that. Buyers and sellers are the ones that set the market.
And Chairman, and you know, one of the most exciting things is, you know, we talking about economic development in our community. We want businesses located. We want good, clean industry located. We don't have any place for them to go. This offers some place for them to go by economic development, through economic development. We want jobs in our community. This helps create jobs in our community by allowing commercial zones. Because right now, most places are all built out. Most places along that strip are already commercial. And it just opens the opportunity for other people in other areas wanting to relocate businesses and have economic development and create jobs in our community. It opens that door. So that's one of the things that we're looking for as commissioners, as staff, that where can businesses locate, you know, and have the least impact on the residents. So
I guess the way I interpret what I've heard is that as long as it's still being used for agricultural, uses and we can improve up on that, we're okay.
Yes.
Now, of course, if somebody comes and talks to us with a lot of money and a lot of opportunity and it makes sense, then obviously we would be entertaining that as well. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. Anyone else that wishes to speak? Go ahead and come forward. State your full name for the record.
Stevens Hall. The question about mixed use was asked, and the distinction was drawn that if you've got a zone commercial and a zone residential next to one another, how that affects classification for the assessor's office. What I think the gentleman was talking about, mixed use zones, a zone in which mixed use can sit together with all kinds of uses. And so that's the question. How is that question addressed? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, it's already happening. If you can see an FHA house, $1 million house, and an ag piece of property, and they're all classified accordingly. We look at, for the residential property, we look at residential sales. For the commercial, we look at the commercial side. For the ag, it's already determined. So I think, in essence, it's already happening.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, we'll go ahead and move forward then to item 6, presentations, discussion, consideration, decisions regarding the following. Item A, recognition of the El Salto Neighborhood Association, Mr. Nathan Sanchez, Chief Planner, and Mr. Stephen Archuleta, County Manager.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'll ask Mr. Cote to please come up and take care of this.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chris Cote. I'm the Taos County Wildland Fire Coordinator and Deputy Chief of Latir Fire Department. And I want to talk about the Firewise program. In the mid-1980s, the National Fire Protection Association started a program called Firewise. And it's designed to give homeowners and individuals the tools and the knowledge, the information to protect their homes individually and their communities, to be able to count on themselves to protect, to mitigate fuels, to educate the community and such. Several things need to be put in place there. They need to have a community assessment. They need to create a community action plan. They need to have an annual work day in the community, and basically they pay themselves and they invest that money in the exchange of $2 per capita in the community annually, and then they file an annual report, and they get a national recognition as a Firewise community. And several communities have been working toward that, and El Salto community is the first Firewise community in Taos County. And I'd like to introduce Martha Brown as the president and give her this recognition by Taos County and staff as the first Taos County.
Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you. We're looking forward to working with the El Salto community this season coming up to continue to improve and create defensible space around our homes and property and watershed, and with the drought continuing as it has been, we are expecting a severe fire season. So, and being Firewise makes us eligible for funding from various sources, so we're going to look into that. And part of our action plan is to continue to remove the fuel load from our roads and improve the turnaround at the end of El Salto Road, and pullouts for ingress and egress for emergency vehicles. So
Is this something that has given an opportunity for the entire neighborhood to participate in? Are there a lot of folks that are involved?
yes. We had on our first work day, we had more than 30 volunteers come out and work along the stream. And then the following day, Taos County Solid Waste came, Edward Martinez, who's here, I believe, came and chipped 6 tons of our cuttings.
Very good. And that was going to be my next question, is with that amount of vegetation, if it was being recycled, reused elsewhere for landscaping?
Well, it's chipped by the county, and I think people can come and get it if they would like to. I think it's there.
Very good. And so this obviously is reducing the potential for dangerous fires to spread into those neighborhoods. And obviously, it probably also reduces the insurance liability as well, I would imagine.
I believe it does, yes.
Okay. Commissioner.
Chairman, I just want to say thank you guys for stepping up to the plate. I know that it takes everybody coming together in the community to really come together and actually protect your neighborhood instead of, crying out later, we had a fire, what could we have done about it? You guys are taking that lead and saying, what can we do to help protect our homes? So I commend you guys for stepping up to the plate and taking the training, doing what you guys need to do to create that defensible space. That defensible space is what's needed. There's a lot of other areas, and I hope you guys can be that showcase. There's a lot of other areas in our community that really need to step up and start creating them defensible spaces before, the fire season, before it actually hits our community. So thank you guys for doing that.
Likewise, any Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to echo that, thanks for pioneering this in Taos County. And I'm sure that staff and planning department work with some of the other wooded areas to let them know about these possibilities for creating this under this Wise Fire program. So thank you.
Commissioner Sanchez?
And also, I'd like to echo what Commissioner Blankenhorn just said. Thank you so much. But above all, I'd like to thank Chris for seeing what is out there, and you're taking the steps, you're taking up a notch to take care of issues that we will be facing in the future. Thank you. Both of you.
And with that, how does a neighborhood, say for example Tierra Blanca or the stakeout area as you come into Taos, how do they start to participate in this process? And I know that a lot of these neighborhoods are already kind of taking this into their own hands, and they're going out there and cleaning a lot of the dead and down vegetation or evergreens that are posing a hazard for fire. How do you get further involved?
The first step would just be to get organized. El Salto formed and established their board last July. We had a meeting, established the board, and the board is here. Peggy, Anjanette, and Tony too, yep. And then, once they're established, they can get an assessment. And that's what I just handed you, and identifies the hazard level within the CWPP of the county, what can be done, and then, and with these meetings, just really show more organization, create an action plan, and once all this is together and they can show that they're willing to take this on, they'll submit an application through the state to the NFPA and get an approval, get an award like this came from the NFPA to El Salto community, as well as 2 road signs, which will be posted within the community to identify them as a Firewise community. And so I put it out there. I'm willing to work with any community that wants to get established like that.
And Chairman, Chris, if you would just put a phone number out so the viewing audience will have a phone number, and, you know, through the state forestry, I believe this is the program that comes through the state forestry.
Yeah, the state forestry, it'll go through the county, then through the state forestry, and then on to the National Fire Protection Association. But yeah, you can contact me, 575-779-5937 is my cell. And then the other place would probably be leave a message for me at home, because I'm hardly ever at my office. I'm usually out and about. And that's 575-586-2362.
Okay, thank you very much, and much appreciated, and congratulations. Okay, the next item, 6B, is Chevron Interns Restoring Youth Playground in Questa. Welcome.
Yeah. Oh, you did?
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us here this morning.
Morning.
My name is Stephanie Salazar. I'm a senior at the Questa High School. I'm also an intern at the Questa Chevron mine. I work in the HR department, and I'm also the project manager of this playground settlement that we are here to present to you all today. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. So, who we are. Each speaking today are all interns at the Questa Chevron mine. And with that, we abide by the Chevron way, which is an unwavering commitment to being a good partner focused on building productive, collaborative, trusting, and beneficial relationships with the community. So, our objective is to give back to the community of Questa by creating an all-new playground settlement, replacing the existing playground behind the youth center and Questa Library with an all-new playground settlement. We are here to create more opportunities for the youth of Questa, basically because there's not much to do in the small town that we live in. Now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Brianna Ortega to explain to you guys what our current playground looks like.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As you know, I'm Brianna Ortega. I'm also a senior at Questa High School, and I work with the safety department at Questa Chevron mine. I'm here to talk to you guys about what our current playground actually looks like. In this first picture, there's a picnic table. The concrete, as you can see, is deteriorating. A piece of rebar is sticking out, which is not safe for the children at all to sit on it or nothing. Actually, our playground equipment in the second photo is demolished, that it doesn't go together at all. Our third picture is a picture of our current trash cans, which are not in good condition at all. And this fourth photo is supposed to be a swing set. The swing sets, as you can see, I think are wrapped around the top. I'm pretty sure kids have been there just messing around and throwing them up there. Okay, this first photo is a picture of a water sprinkler. It's really rusted out and not safe because the children could trip on them. The second photo is a really rusted out grill, which cannot be used at all. This third photo, we have a ditch, and our landscaping hasn't been maintained in years. This fourth photo is a picture of a slide. Yeah, you guys can't really tell, but from the shadow, the slide is really far off the ground, so if children fall, it'll really damage them. And it's really rusted out, as you can see. This is a photo of a baseball field that we have there as well. The fencing is not in good condition. It's torn down, and our dugouts are not in good condition either. As you can see, we have a beautiful view in Questa right there, so it would be really nice to have a nice playground where we could go and our families could have a nice time and kids could play. The second photo is a picture of the concession stand that was recently there. It's not in good condition. I'm pretty sure there's rats in there, and it's just not in good condition at all. This third photo is also a picture of the fencing along the baseball field. This fourth photo is a picture of the concession stand outside, which has been written on and broken into and rocks thrown at it. So. I'm going to pass it on to Carlos.
Good morning. I'm Carlos Valdivia. I'm also an intern at Questa, Chevron Mine, Archuleta. As you can see on the photos, this is the basketball court. You can see the concrete's deteriorating. It's a hazard that dust could get into any individual that's playing. It could get into their eyes and become a real big problem. Also, as you can see, that the basketball hoops are placed at the wrong location of the basketball court. So you can tell this is not really a standard basketball court. As my colleague said before, this park is in dire need of updated equipment, and in the pictures you can tell that, you know, it's a really poor condition. So this is what our plan is. Pass it on to Brittany.
Morning.
Of course, you guys are wondering what we're planning to do. So our plan, we're trying to rehabilitate the playground. What we want to do first is take out all of the equipment existing. We actually have donations of someone that's going to use it for the mud bogs in Questa. Our main goal and plan is to make a central area for our youth. We want to solicit volunteers. That's why we came here today, to ask you guys for any help that you guys could help us with so we can accomplish our goal. Getting started.
My name is, good morning, my name is Joseph Cintas, and I'm also an intern at Chevron Mine. I work in the underground department, and for our park, we lead features we're looking for. A new basketball court, because you can see the other ones are real messed up. We also want a volleyball court, which we got already donated sand from other companies that are willing to help us. We also are looking to get into a skate park. We also want a recreation area and like for barbecue and stuff for families. They could just go and just be together and have fun, like a central place. We also need essentials like walkways, restrooms, benches, everything like parking. Like we have a guy at the mine that helps us, and he did a CAD drawing for us that helped us set up all like where we want everything placed. So like we're getting our main plan like figured out. And yep.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. I'm here to explain, well, my colleagues have explained a big project that we have at hand. And to make it simpler, we broke it down to 4 stages. And we are currently in stage number 1, which is to find the dimensions of the playground, see the amount of land we're working with. And then we created a budget based on what we would like to see in the park and what funding we were able to get. Our plan now is to solicit volunteers from the community, from Chevron Mining, everyone, that will help us achieve our goal. We're also researching wildlife removal because it's infested with prairie dogs, the whole park is, and we are researching different ways to get rid of them because they are a danger. They're holes, they create colonies and holes that are a danger to the kids and everyone around it. We're also trying to gather heavy equipment and tools from local contractors. That way we can tear apart and rebuild our whole park. And for stage 2, our plan is to clean up the park. This is where everything gets to physical means, and we're going to clean up the park, remove the wildlife in the most efficient way that we found, and remove all old equipment and basically make a blank sheet for for our park. Then we'll finally order the playground equipment that we have funds for and that we were planning to, that we decided what we wanted. I'd like to pass it on to my colleague to explain stages 3 and 4.
Good morning. My name is Alfredo Mondragon. As my colleague explained previously, the 4 stages, it's a lot, but we're getting it done. Stage 3, we're going to order the playground equipment. We're actually looking at a bunch of companies that sell playground equipment. We're trying to find the best deals. We're going to install a water system if it is necessary because there is a ditch that runs through there. We're not sure if we can use or what water rights the village has for that particular area. We're not sure if we can irrigate through that ditch. We're going to contact landscaping contractors. We're looking at local like flora and fauna, just different trees. We're going to plan a community give-a-day. That's basically where everyone from the community comes out and volunteers some of their time. And they're going to help like pick up trash and whatnot. Stage 4, we're going to be again installing the equipment. It's a big part of it because, I mean, what's a park without equipment? So we're going to start with the landscaping, and we're basically going to try to perfect the park. We're going to make it something that's good to look at. We want something to be proud of. The finishing touches, we're going to build a brick, which is basically where people go in and they purchase a brick and they get their name engraved on it. Part of the funding from that comes from us, but we're trying to get people to like buy these bricks, and it's going to go towards the park. And then we're going to have the grand opening. Throughout stages 1 through 4, we're going to need volunteers. We're going to need volunteers for trash removal, equipment removal. We're going to need volunteers to assist contractors. And throughout the program, we're going to need volunteers to help provide like food and drinks. So now I'm going to pass it on to Deanna.
Good morning. My name is Diana Argon, and I am the grants coordinator for this project. I also work in the environmental department. So basically what I'm doing is I'm seeking financial assistance. Throughout the park, we have big plans to, revamp the whole park and, do everything and reach each other's needs. In order to do so, we need money. And, just as being Chevron interns, we don't have much. Chevron has started us off with $2,000, and from there we'll work our way up. I'm currently working on several different grants throughout Taos County as well as nationwide. So far I've got in contact with the Taos Community Foundation, and I submitted a letter of inquiry. Just waiting to hear back from the committee. They need to overview the letter. Basically what it is finding us donations and different sponsorships throughout Taos County and surrounding areas and seeing what they can do to help us. As Alfredo explained, the buy a brick, you basically buy a brick. Anyone who wants to, donate that money, we'll purchase a brick for them with their name on it and place it in a wall. The wall will be a central area for our park, and it'll basically have our veterans, our local veterans from Questa, the flag, and any people who want to buy a brick, they can put their name on it. We're working on bake sales and money raffles. We recently got in contact with a health director in Questa from the Questa Clinic. Her name is Patty Torres, and she is going to help us with raffling off money and portraits and to donate that money to our park. Concrete hands, it's a little fun for the children to be involved in volunteering, and this is basically for the children to stick their hand in concrete and put their name on it, and $5 to $10 a hand, and kind of help us out and also bring joy to the children. We're looking at different donations that we can receive from the communities.
throughout Taos County, what we can, receive from you guys and any volunteers. The grants that I'm currently working on, I've submitted a grant for the Home Depot, which will help us with landscaping and to provide, native plants to our area. I've also talked to different hardware industries in the communities, and they will help to provide rakes and shovels and gloves and things, necessities that we'll need. The grants that I'm working on are community-based, so we're soliciting volunteers in order to have people help us out on build day. So that's what we're here today, asking for all the help and assistance that we can get.
Thank you very much. What a wonderful presentation. Really impressed, Commissioner Sanchez, with the youth from your district. You've done an awesome job in getting this presentation prepared. What sort of a timeline are you looking at? When are you hoping to start working on the cleanup of the site, and when do you hope to have it done?
Right now we're looking at Earth Day, April 22nd, to do our cleanup for the community. Students, staff from our schools can get involved, and any volunteers who want to come and help out on Earth Day and kind of make our proposal then. We're kind of we want this done by at least June or July.
Of this year?
Yes.
And you said someone indicated that you had worked on a budget. How much are you talking about?
Our budget right now is around $50,000. So we're kind of trying to see if we can receive any of the grants. I know they're time sensitive, so that's a little hard to work around. But we also have local contractors that are willing to donate sand and gravel and help us out with different things like that.
Okay, and who is the park owned by at this time?
The Village of Questa.
Village of Questa, okay. Commissioners, Mr. Archuleta and Mr. Malone, I believe we would be able to utilize some of the Taos County equipment to clean up the park, correct?
Mr. Chairman, government to government, there's no anti-donation problem. So as long as any contribution to this project was directly to the village, that would be okay.
Okay, so you can count on Taos County, I would imagine, to be able to help in that endeavor. And that should save you some money. I don't know if there's anyone else in the audience that wishes to donate. You can contact any one of these young people to contribute, purchase a brick, or monetary donations is what you're looking for. Are there any phone numbers, any contact numbers that can be used today since we're on the camera?
Yeah, it's actually at the end of the slide, so when we're finished with our presentation.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Commissioners?
And Chairman, I hate to stick my neck out there, but I know in some of these projects I would challenge the mayor of Questa as the mayor of Taos. He owns a sawmill in that area too, and I would challenge him we would split, if you guys, I know you're building some gazebos in that area, and I challenge him to maybe we can split one of those gazebos. He'd supply half the material, I'd supply the other half, if he's willing to do that.
And of course,
it's a great idea, Commissioner, really.
And of course, our commissioner turned mayor is always very generous, and with that, I'd like to also welcome our new Taos's First Lady, Miss Della Baroni, who's in the audience, and I think she's nodding with approval and what the commissioner just said. So,
basically what we have here is exactly what we want done for our park. This is our CAD drawing, and these were the playground equipment that we had in mind to place on our playground. These are the gazebos. We have been fortunate enough to get help volunteers from Max Mascareñas in Questa to donate sand and gravel for the playground. We also got volunteer from Ted Cisneros from Questa to wipe out the current playground, the current existing playground equipment. And like we said, if you guys have questions and whatnot, you can contact myself or any of my colleagues. My number and my email is listed above.
Do you want to go ahead and state it for the record so that the camera can pick up on that?
Yes, sir. My name is Stephanie Salazar. My email is ubjh@chevron.com. And my cell phone number you can reach me at is 575-779-5404.
Okay, very good. You know, we had a very successful fundraiser on the radio station, MOUs radio station, just last week, Stray Hearts. I'm wondering if maybe you could contact the radio stations in the Taos area to help out with a fundraiser of some sort. Also, there's a few other groups in Taos, Los Jardineros. I don't know if our county clerk has that number. Los Jardineros is a group of people that is based here in Taos, and they help with landscaping of areas. Possibly they would want to assist in your endeavor. Also, the Healy Foundation, Trudy Healy, she's a native Taoseña.
Okay.
And is always, contributing to the community. So she might be another one to hit up.
Right, any help would be awesome.
Okay. And the price of the bricks, what is that?
We're thinking maybe 5 to 10 per brick, 10, 15.
Okay. Commissioner Sanchez?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd like to thank this youth of Questa. You know, you guys come a long way. I was at your presentation here the other day, and I applaud you. You guys are doing a great job for the little kiddos that, I know my grandkid, he's got me going out there by the old Molycorp field, and I just have to stay there with him because the equipment there is run down. But also I'd like to thank Chevron Mining for putting this together. You know, they're a big supporter of Questa area, and I support them big time. And also Mrs. Candida Villalpando, she had took the lead on this here with Chevron Mining. I applaud you, ma'am, and keep up the good work. In anything we can do with Taos County, and also I'm going to volunteer to help you, young youth, on that. If you need a labor, if I don't handle that shovel right, just get rid of me right away, you know. But I'll be there to support you. Also, on the bricks, I can support you on that. I've got some. I've been doing the bricks for the Baton Death March survivors in Questa. I'm putting that up, hopefully by the end of June or the beginning of June. I'll have that wall up. And if you need any help, you feel free to call me. You got my cell number. I think Mrs. Villalpando has my number. Let me know what I can do for you, for the youth, to get this thing going. And thanks again. It's awesome. And at the same time, I've got to go to the meeting tonight in Questa. I'm also trying to put it's a Keeping Northern New Mexico Beautiful committee. And what we're going to do is go around our area and start cleaning up. We got branches, we got mattresses laying by the trash bins, we got water heaters, we got old couches, you know. So I'm going to take, now that I'll be getting out of commission, I don't want to stay idle. I want to get after it and support you youth on cleanup. So that's what I want to do, is start cleaning up our town, because we've got now with the Rio Grande del Norte, we've got a lot of visitors coming in from the south and from the north, and we want to make our area look very, very attractable to them. So thanks again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Mr. Archuleta, I know that you've got a pretty busy schedule, and there's a lot of stuff that you need to deal with on a daily basis, but maybe if you could come up with a list of ways that the county can assist these youth.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to actually go to any meeting that they have. I'm going to go and give them my card at this point, and then we could see what the county could assist with.
Of course. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to item 6C. This is a presentation regarding the Hondo Seco Crossroads. Mr. Carlos Miera.
That was a hard act to follow, Chairman.
Floyd Archuleta, it sure is.
Yeah.
You want me to wait, or?
No, go ahead.
It's okay. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commissioner. This all started when we got a letter from the Bosalay subdivision, and our request then was to to see if we can convince them to ban the pools and not install the 36 pools that they had planned to do. But at the same time, we told them that we had a concern about the intersection, being that there was going to be 30 more homes and a lot more traffic. So we've been doing a lot of work with the State Highway Department, trying to find out what grants are available and what stats they have is how many accidents. We have Officer Gallegos to come up and say a few words about the number of accidents have been at that intersection. You know, every time I talk to someone, they've always said, well, my family member got in a wreck there, and in some cases, they're still suffering because of that intersection because they've gotten in an accident. Carlos Miera and Herman Torres have been very instrumental trying to get more information from the State Highway Department. But at this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Carlos, and he'll brief you a little bit more. Keep in mind that we did ask the Beausoleil subdivision to, if they're moving into our community, we'd like to at least see them participate and help us with some matching funds, if there's any that you know that we would need. And Scott Sanger and Alex Abeta basically said, any developer that comes into your community, we should be able to ask them the same thing. So just keep that in mind when that comes up to you. But thank you, Carlos.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Mayor Commish, and Attorney Malone. What I handed you was in your packet was there were a couple of things. One is a petition that was signed by 140 members of the Desmontes community that live within the immediate area of the Hondo Seco intersection and the roads that lead to that intersection, because we did want to make a point in terms that it's not only the intersection itself that is causing a safety hazard, but it is also the roads extending on either way. And as you know, part of it is a state road, the other part are county roads. So within we've been in contact with the New Mexico Department of Transportation to get a 10-year crash data from them, and they were able to show that within the 10-year from 2002 to 2011, there were 28 crash incidents on State Road 230. The accompanying spreadsheet gives you a little bit more detail what that was. And the second part is that actually there were 32 accidents that took place on the Hondo Seco Road itself. So you have 28 on State Road 230 and 32 accidents on the Hondo Seco Road. We don't have a breakdown of where or those types of accidents are on the Hondo Seco Road yet, but it does show you that the problem is not only just on the intersection, it is on the roads that lead to it because of the narrow, the road is actually narrow and very dangerous in some places, especially between the stretch between Arroz Seco and the intersection itself. Now, in the petition that was prepared and sent to you, that's why it was worded in the format to ask that we also look at not only the intersection but those laterals. Well, one of the things that we wanted to take a look at very specifically, and we're going to just back up a little bit. In terms of the crash data that we have, these are actual crashes that have taken place. We do have a report from the Sheriff's Department in terms of other additional data that they have that maybe Sheriff Celedon Gallegos can help elaborate on that in a bit. As well as when we talked to a lot of folks about this, they talked about the unseen statistics, which are the near misses. And everybody had a lot of stories about the near crashes, the near misses, especially as a couple of things that happen as you're coming up to the Hondo Seco intersection. The line of sight north, there's a dip, and a lot of times a vehicle is in that dip, and then you pull forward, and you get caught up to a vehicle rather quickly, and that has led to a lot of near misses as well as crashes. The second part is because you're trying to improve your line of sight, the vehicle basically basically has to move past the stop sign up closer to get a better view. This forces traffic coming from the north to take a much wider loop onto the Hondo Seco road, and then they end up in the ditch or on the off-road. So it's really narrow there. So that has created some problems. So that's why we say that it needs to be a joint venture or partnership between the state of New Mexico and Taos County to address the intersection road. In the stretch between Arroz Seco and the lateral, there are several areas where there are acequias or laterals of the acequias that run across, and the sides have caved in. Now, the county did put in some T-posts with reflectors telling you that those holes are there, but it doesn't eliminate the problem. You know, you can very easily put in an extension, 1 or 2 foot extension, and widen those areas. For those of us, the local residents that know those holes are there, we kind of slow down and let the other vehicle pass because it's not enough room for both vehicles to pass within those areas. We also have in your packet a letter from the Arroyos del Norte Elementary School, in which the principal basically states as follows: as a principal from the Arroyos del Norte Elementary School, I'm writing this letter to express my concern for the safety of our children. She is requesting that the intersection be widened for our school buses to have ample space. The narrow intersection also poses a safety issue for oncoming traffic. She is also requesting a crosswalk, as they have many students who walk to and from school, and should appreciate your concern. So we've talked about, you know, a crosswalk and also some better signage in front, and improving that stretch in front of the school area. And I must definitely got to back up and say that, you know, this presentation here is nothing compared to the one we just saw from these young kids. Put us to shame here. But meanwhile, we continue on to take a look in terms of trying to get some more information. And we did have some statistics from the Sheriff's Department where it shows that in 2011, 11 of the 146 crash reports in the Hondo Seco area between July and December occurred in the Arroz Seco area. In 2012, 51 of 395 yearly crashes was in that area, and in 2013, 43 of 367 crash reports were there. And again, we have several citations regarding speeding, careless driving, no seat belts, DWI. There's been a lot of bolos for be on the lookout for careless driving, reckless driving, as well as infractions in the school zone area. We get a lot of complaints from law enforcement. Law enforcement receives a lot of complaints about, especially during the school time, about the amount of traffic, speeding, and trying to get people to slow down in that area. I don't know if there's anything else. And Celedon, did you want to? Was there anything else?
Mr. Miera, I do have some questions immediately. Any records or deaths recorded due to this intersection?
The 2 deaths that we have that were on State Road 230, there were 2 of them that were listed. And you can see under start the number killed, there were 2.
Okay.
We do not have broke out actually on the Seco Road if there were any deaths on those accidents.
Okay.
Certainly no.
And the proximity to the school from this intersection?
We're talking, what, maybe 400 or 500 feet more.
Okay. And then as far as both of this, the intersection is owned by the state highway on both ends, or is it county and state?
It's county and state because it's a county road that leads to the state road, and then you have the state road, the 230.
And as far as the traffic is concerned, it's made up of, is it mostly local traffic, or people use it to get to the ski valley from there as well?
It's a combination. During the winter months, we do see a lot of ski traffic go by there as they try to do a couple of things. Some coming up from Hondo, from the Colorado area up through Hondo to get to the ski valley. What we see in the evening are the skiers coming down, and they try to bypass the bottleneck that is created in the Arroz Seco area by taking the Cochilla Road and then getting 230 and and moving rather quickly, I was going to say something else, move rather quickly down 230 to the Y to try to pass everyone else. And you know, they do travel rather fast.
Okay. Now, any improvements, would they require land acquisition, and what would it do to the Seco system in that intersection?
There's a lateral that runs there, and that I think by putting in some culverts, there's a real immediate fix that could be done right on the intersection in terms of putting some culverts and expanding, and then being able to widen, and it wouldn't be a lot of cost just to widen that while we work with the state on doing a more general safety analysis. There is some funding available through the RPO process in what they call the New Mexico Highway Safety Protection Program, and which they offer. You can receive funding for various steps, and maybe doing a good safety analysis for the state road and that area would be appropriate. But meanwhile, there are some immediate fixes that could be done.
Have you submitted the application for the
no,
RPO?
the county would have to submit it. We'd be glad to assist with some of the data, but the county would be the one have to submit it and present it to the 8 Northern Regional Planning Council.
I'm on that council.
In that council, so they would see it. We've gotten some really good support and response from the folks over at the Department of Transportation, as they recognize that it is a problem in giving us data. And they have scheduled a new traffic study, a traffic count, and they want to do that, complete that before the end of the school year to get a better idea in terms of that. Because what we've seen is an increase over time. So yeah, you do have skiers, but you do have, in terms of certain days when school starts or when school ends, you even have the school bus that drops off the high school students at the intersection. Then they got to walk along the side of the road and try to make it home safely. Yeah. So, you know, it's a multiple area, and it does need some consideration and some more in-depth analysis and study. So we have some long-range goals that we would like to see done, but some more immediate fixes that I think that we can probably do. And we did ask Commissioner Blackenhorn to meet us out there and take a look at some of the more immediate fixes that could be done on the short term while we do a more in-depth safety analysis to look whether we need additional right-of-way or other moving of utilities. For example, the natural gas has a chain link fence where they have their pumps there, and that is part of the problem that blocks our view to see what's happening coming up from the traffic traveling south.
Great place to have it.
It's an accident ready to happen again and again, because as the statistics will show that there have been numerous accidents in that area, and they will just continue. We just hate to have any more loss of life or loss of property or anything, or one of these kids getting hurt within that particular area.
Well, thank you, Mr. Miera and Mr. Archuleta, for bringing this forward, and I would imagine that this commission would want to maybe make the recommendation that we put this on our legislative list. Commissioner Blankenhorn, it's your district, but certainly talking to our congressional or our state representatives, Senator Cisneros, Representative Gonzalez, about this, and see if they can sponsor that as a project for next year. And you know, the RPO process is good also. It's just such a lengthy process, and you're fully aware of that. I mean, it literally takes years to get that accomplished. Yeah. And we're looking for an immediate resolve to this, and I think our legislature would be one of the ways to do it.
Yeah, and I think once we get it on the county's infrastructure capital improvement plan, allows the county manager and others to seek additional funding sources to include the legislature to try to get this done. But and there are some, as I said, there are some immediate fixes that perhaps that could be done, and we'd be glad to go with the commissioner of the road department superintendent to kind of take a look at what are those things that could be done immediately. And like even just doing a crosswalk to address the school issues are things that could be done rather inexpensively in a short period of time.
Right. Okay. Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, Mr. Miera, Mr. Archuleta, I want to thank you folks for bringing this up. And one thing is, you know, this is very, very critical. I had the same problem in Costilla Amalia, 522-196, where we had a lady that worked for the schools, elderly lady, that it was T-Bone there going for lunch. So we got together with the help of the commission, our manager and attorney. We did talk to DOT Miguel Galvedon in Santa Fe, and we were able to get a flashing light on the north end and on the south end to slow the traffic down before they got to that intersection. And people have been so happy with that. It does slow the traffic down. And I know when that was my district, Gene Richards, she was always calling me because we had trees out there in the middle of the road that they couldn't see it, so we took care of it. So, you know, this is something, I think I've talked to Mrs. Gallegos back then, the principal now, in Commissioner Blankenhorn's district. There was some issues there with the kids, the signage and the painting of the crosswalks we did not have. But I think this is something that I commend you folks, because this is something serious. You know, one death is one too many for me. And that happened in my district, and I don't want it to happen anymore in other districts. And the other commissioners, I'm sure there's some other areas that need attention that maybe we need to bring up. And thank you again. And Mrs. Richards, thank you so much for bringing that to my attention when I was your commissioner up there. You did a good job. You kept me on top of things.
Sure. Go ahead and come forward. Just state your name for the record.
Linda Mascarella.
Hi. And Gene Richards.
Yes, go ahead.
I live on the west side, on the Hondo Seco Road, west of 230, and Gene lives east of 230, so that we have this experience every day of our lives, multiple times sometimes, approaching this intersection and making left or right turns. And I think that, I know that what we mostly have been talking about now is the short-term things that could be done immediately by the county. And what I would like to also just mention is that long-term, I think there needs to be something done at the crossroads to control traffic at the crossroads. And one of the ideas is your suggestion about this flashing light, which I think can be turned on and off. Question being, who turns it on and off? But I think that, to me, what I think would work best is a four-way stop sign. Because the people on 230, especially the people who are coming from the rim road, they tend to be going faster than the posted speed limit and faster than, I mean, if they're often going too fast, so that if you are coming up the Hondo Seco Road and planning to either cross that road or make a turn on it, you can't see them in time because they're down in the dip. So we have a lot of four-way stop signs here in town, and I think they're quite functional, and I'd like that to be considered.
But say the problem with it.
Yeah.
Well, the problem with it is that one road is a state road and one road is a county road. So you'd have to we have stop signs on the Hondo Seco Road. We need stop signs maybe on the state road.
Yeah, right.
Something.
In order to make that work. That's right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments, Mr. Saladon Gallegos. Officer, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Just for the record, my name is Celedon Gallegos. I'm a deputy with the Taos County Sheriff's Department. The statistics that Carlos gave, just for the record, those are reports that the Sheriff's Department has done. State Police has also done their own reports that I didn't collect. For the last years, we've been patrolling that area. We've been patrolling it both in the mornings for school zones and in the evenings when they're being picked up, not only in front of the school, but also, I call them school zones, but it's just zones where the bus picks up the kids. And every time that we're there, we're constantly stopped by people, by parents, by just people from the area stating there's a lot of speeders in the area. They also state when they're going to work that that they're right behind the bus and they have no problem with the bus stopping. But there's always this certain individuals that decide that they're above the law that want to pass the bus. And those are complaints that we get daily as far as that area. The bolos, like Carlos was saying also, these are bolos that are put out as reckless drivers, careless drivers, people that are indicated as being drunk drivers. And this isn't just in the evenings, this is both in the evenings and mornings during the school hours, when the buses are out, when the kids are walking to school. Other complaints that we have received are as they're walking to school, you know, walking on the ditch line, that there's cars flying by, that when they're flying by, that they have to swerve off if another car's coming in the opposite direction, where they're potentially almost getting hit. Those are potentially big problems that we see. It's a daily basis that we go to these school zones, and we constantly have one or two individuals that are coming up, that are dropping off their kids or just passing by, telling us of these complaints. This area the roads are both really narrow. And I'm not going to just say that it's going to be the Hondo Seco road that's a problem. It's also the main 230 road that's a problem there also. What I have recommended is more signage put up. Just to elaborate on Commissioner Sanchez stated of the lights there in Costilla, those work really well. The other thing that works really well in that area, they recently just put up it's like a radar detector type thing that lets you know your speed. All the way coming up, when I go to Costilla in the mornings to patrol, I catch people on the straightaway going 70, 80, 85 miles an hour. Once I get into that zone where Commissioner Sanchez was talking about, it's almost impossible for me to get a speeder going through that area. Also, the other indications that what I would recommend is, if that's a little bit out of the budget, is just a blinking lights during the school zones. Those also help. Down in Ranchos area, where it's really congested, they have those blinking lights, and that gives the drivers really good warning that the stoplight is coming up, that it's a really big congested area. I think that's...
Gallegos, if we were to obtain the records from the state police, those numbers probably could double easily?
They could easily, yes. Okay. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Gallegos, thank you so much for bringing that up, because it did work in Costilla, and those they're solar, so it's you know, they're on all the time, and even at night, because we got the truckers that go through that area, and some of those are speeders, and like you said, you catch them going before you get there, 70, 80, and I've seen, I stop there in Costilla and see the traffic, and they're slowing down, you know. Yeah. So.
And I mean, I'm not supposed to say this, but I hit pretty good, and I can't get any speeders in that area. That works. Those indicators work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallegos. And Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank everybody for bringing these issues to us. They're very important. It obviously is an important road, gets a lot of traffic, and it's got the school there. So from the county's perspective, we needed to get it on the ICIP, because it is eventually going to be a necessary and major project to engineer and widen the Hondo Seco Road. And so the first thing we can do is at least get it on the ICIP, but of course, after that, hopefully we'll find some ways of selling bonds and identifying these kinds of roads in our community that are so important, and that we are recognizing we're going to need some major funding and work on. But in the meantime, as everybody said, this DOT, we definitely need to get together with the Department of Transportation, with this traffic study, find out whether or not they are willing to put either a four-way stop or a flashing light, whatever the professionals determine is the best and most effective way to slow traffic down at that intersection. And I guess, Carlos, you said that there was a study coming, that they had, because there had been one previously, apparently, and there wasn't, at least according to the DOT, sufficient traffic for the four-way stop at that point.
Yeah, there is a traffic study. We do have the old traffic studies in terms of traffic count, but they wanted to do a new one so we can do a comparison between what was it in 2009, 2011, and now in 2013. So they're going to proposing to do a second traffic study on that.
And Mr. Miera, well, go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, just, I mean, the county, obviously, we have some leverage and ability to communicate with DOT, so it's really important for us to do that in regards to this intersection. And then as to those immediate fixes, I did go out there, and there's no aprons at all on the Hondo Seco road. It would really be nice to at least create some aprons at that intersection, and it may already be on your long-range plan, Mr. Chavez, for improvement there. But if not, if you can let me and the commission know the feasibility of it, at least making some of those improvements and signage. I think that these recommendations from both the citizens and the police department, the sheriff's department about signage probably are worth looking into. So.
Mr. Chavez, if you want to come forward and share some thoughts on it and see what we can do.
Chairman, Commissioners, as far as signage, I can't at this point see any other signing that we can put up. We've already put up the sign for the schools. Recently, State Police made us aware that one of our speed limit signs as you enter Hondo Seco to the west was down. We went and put that up. So that's an ongoing thing as far as signs are concerned. As far as aprons, we're going to have to look at that and see what's available for that geometry. But with the acequias, we'll be willing to work with the acequias on their ditch work. We just can't go over there and extend culverts. I mean, if they're willing to provide extensions and times when we can do the work, because obviously water runs through those culverts. So we'll do whatever we need to do to make whatever improvements.
With regards to the state highway, obviously that collaboration is already happening with UNM-DOT. Say, for example, the crosswalk, markings for crosswalk. They're asking for some immediate help, and that obviously can happen. You've done that already. Say, for example, in Ranchos, there in the intersection or the area where Martinez Restaurant is, crossing over to the church. You can do the same for this area?
We could put crosswalks at the school area. We can't put them on the state highway, obviously, and I don't know that the folks here asked for crosswalks at the state highway, but if they did, then it'd be the state highway to do it. We can do it on the county road.
So from your end of it, you can contact the highway department, Mr. Gabaldon, and start the process on this?
I understand that that's already been done. If it hasn't, then we certainly can do it.
Okay. Mr. Miera, any thoughts on that?
I think, again, we'd like to invite Mr. Chavez to go out and take a walk with us. To make sure you wear a bright vest. And so we can discuss what are the possibilities that we would like to take a look at. And yes, the crosswalks that the school is requesting is at the school.
Okay.
And County Road.
Mr. Archuleta, I believe this commission would want to see some progress made by the next meeting. If you want to come back again for the next meeting, Mr. Chavez, if you can meet with Mr. Miera and Mr. Archuleta and the folks from that area and look at some ideas, some conclusion as to what we can do immediately. And then, any progress made, if we can have a report by the next commission meeting, that would be much appreciated.
Okay, sounds good. I think we had Mr. Martinez here.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Sorry about that. Go ahead. Come on.
Yeah, Mike Martinez, and I'm a resident from the Lourdes Montes area. And obviously, there's already been some parameters what we're going to do. I just wanted to expand, certainly amplify what Carlos and Floyd said, and Linda, but and just expand a little bit on that, on the traffic situation. There's also a lot of tourist traffic in that area, in that it's choice property, and there's a lot of realtors on tours and things like that. But also, we've noticed a significant increase in bikers, and they're there all the time, every day, especially on weekends, and it's dangerous for them as it is for us who live there that have to drive through and go around them, especially when you're in a blind spot. I believe even one of the deaths that Carlos recited was one of those bikers some years back. So I just wanted to expand on that, and also not just the Crossroads, but I would like to invite the commissioner, certainly Commissioner Blankenhorn, to take a look at the lower Des Montes Rim Road. It's in very, very bad repair. There's been ample work done on the upper Rim Road, but the lower Rim Road is really bad. The road's just really bad, and I have talked in the prior commissioners about an idea of maybe putting some speed bumps because the traffic's pretty fast in that area, and there's a lot of walkers, a lot of blind spots, and so I don't know what the process is. Back then I was asked to get a petition going, but I just wanted to expand that. I know this is about the Crossroads, but it's the same area, and I think the time's right to bring that up as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. Okay, so
Chairman, just so you know, the Department of Transportation will be in town this evening, maybe before the corridor study meeting or after that corridor study meeting. Somebody could actually get there and present this to them before or after that meeting. I think they'd be acceptable to listening to it. There is safety monies through the state. I don't know how you can access them, but I think there is some safety money. This seems to be a safety issue because of the kids in the area. If we stress the kids in the area, I think that will, maybe activate some of that safety money that's available. So just let everybody know there is a DOT corridor study meeting today at 6 o'clock, I believe.
That's correct. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, anything else, Mr. Miera?
That's it, and thank you for any assistance, and gracias.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Miera, Mr. Archuleta, don't give up. It took me over 3 years to get that light up there, so just keep pushing for it.
Well, we got more time.
Thank you.
Bueno.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on then to item 6D, videography contract for the taping of county commission meetings. Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Commissioner, basically we have Mr. Moya here from UNM. He's been asked by the county commission to come over and present on UNM's behalf, and so we'd listen to Mr. Moya at this point.
Good morning, Chairman Romero, Commissioners, Mr. Archuleta, Mr. Malone. For the record, my name is Louis Moya, and I'm currently the Director of Development at UNM-Taos. And I'm also the Director of our digital media program, which provides a number of services, including our management of the local cable access. I think it's helpful to provide a little bit of context in regards to the nature of this program and this project. And if you'll permit me, I'd like to distribute some materials to you. We have taught media arts classes at the university for a number of years, but in the last year, we have started a digital media arts program, which includes a degree program, an Associate of Applied Science in Digital Media Arts. So a number of the programs and services that we provide plug into this program. We think it's a really valuable program, and it provides a significant opportunity to the students of this community. So part of this program in particular is our provision of services to the county, including the taping of both the county commission meetings and the town council meetings. And we hope to provide the opportunity for students. Case in point, we have a student, Francis Santisteban, who's working in somewhat of a practical clinical environment, workforce training, by allowing him to learn the skills to shoot the meetings. So before we go into maybe some of the questions you might have about what we have undertaken in regards to the provision of these services, just a little bit by way of background, and I provided you with my CV. I'm from Taos. I graduated from Taos High School in 1994. That's actually where I got an interest in media. I took a television productions class that was instructed by Dan Lopez, and prior to my office at the university, I worked as an attorney. I worked for the U.S. Department of Labor, a private law firm. But before that, I had a career in television in the film industry, and I worked in the major markets in Los Angeles and Seattle. I had my own production company. My feeling about the skill set that is attached to this type of program is that it's very valuable. It can be applicable to many different industries. And so that really fits along the mission of the university to provide programs which give training to students. We have a number of different examples within the last 2 years where we've had students interning for different producers in town. We've had a student who's actually interned with a local IATSE 480 union who's become a member now and who's working in the film industry. We've in fact had students work with Ms. Candace O'Donnell in the past. So we feel like this is just at the very preliminary stages, but it'll be a very valuable program. By way of the nature of this particular contract, I would like to make it clear that we want to be a resource in this community. We have a number of partnerships with different entities, Holy Cross Hospital, the Taos News, obviously the county, the town, Millicent Rogers Museum. We want to be a resource for not only institutions, but also local people in the community who are trying to work as media professionals. And in fact, in the past, we've made facilities and equipment available to these individuals, as well as assisting them in projects so that they can earn a living doing that. But for that to happen, we have to, exist. We have to create an opportunity there. We have to be a resource. So in regards to this particular contract, I think it's important to understand that we did not want to compete against Mrs. O'Donnell. In fact, we did not enter into the formal RFP process. And, our intention was to communicate to the county that we're here to serve the county, and our ability to come in, and I think it's mutually beneficial both to the institution, to the county, and to the community that we are providing the service. So we were asked to step in after the RFP process was closed to discuss provision of these services. So I think that's just important to keep in mind in regards to this. One of the important things that I want to highlight in regards to our management of the local cable station, which was managed very well for over 25, 26 years by a local nonprofit, is our intention is to really increase the ability for people to access content. And by way of that, an example is we updated and revolutionized the way we deliver programming at the station. Everything is based on a digital media system. And that really is a state-of-the-art system where students get that opportunity to see how media delivery happens in a professional environment. Along with that is our provision of a fairly interactive website which provides access to all the meetings and the archive of the meetings. And in fact, I believe the last 2 meetings that the county commission has had have been streamed live. And in fact, this meeting is being streamed live right now. I think that's an important element here because in the past, the number of people that had access to this content were limited to Comcast subscribers. And as we see the evolution of media, especially in this community, there's a number, and I can't state a specific figure, but we have a number of people who are providing television access, including satellite providers. So in the past, you were limited to the people who could get Channel 22, when in fact now, anyone with a computer and internet access can log on and watch whatever is being streamed on the station live. So we're increasing access there. By way of numbers, I can say that for the provision of the county meetings and the town meetings, we've had approximately 1,000 people since October of last year access these meetings to view them. And in our discussions with different entities, including the county, we believe it's an important provision of service to allow this type of technological innovation, the streaming, because your staff doesn't necessarily have to sit in a meeting all day. They can log in and see at what point on the agenda the meeting is at. So I just wanted to make a few comments in regards to that, to provide some information about what we're trying to do with our program, both academically and in the provision of services to the community. So with that, if it's appropriate, I can stand for questions.
Mr. Moya, I just want to say I'm very impressed with your resume. It's amazing, and good luck on that, the Harvard University graduate school.
Thank you.
What is it? You're anticipating that in June of this year?
Yeah, it's actually a program where you take a portion of the the classwork in person over the summer, and then you do some of the work online.
Very good. Good luck with that. The question I have, you did indicate that we're live right now, but during the week or other times when the commission is not meeting, we do have an opportunity to have our commission meetings aired on Channel 22. Are they still just, I believe, on Saturday mornings? What is the schedule? When do those run?
I'll have to ask my station manager, but my comment to that before I ask him to step up here is, we were asked to provide broadcasts of the meetings at those times through the contract, and I believe those times were a holdover from a previous contract that existed. We don't have any problem with actually changing the broadcast times. We've never been approached to do that. So our desire to adhere to the contract and make sure we're compliant, that's when we were asked to broadcast them. And we have no problem discussing changing the nature of when and the frequency of broadcast of the meeting, so they may be more convenient.
Would really like for you all to consider that. It seems to me like they used to air during weekdays in the evenings.
I really couldn't speak to that. I have no knowledge of that.
Because we would, for me, for example, would get a lot of comments from our constituents, saying that they saw the commission meeting and that it happened during the evening. So I was wondering if that was still happening or not.
I believe that it's important to provide, like I said, access to people, and so that's one way to do it. I think, too, it's informing the public about how they can access the content. And by way of example, the contract requires that we archive the meetings for that purpose so that it's available to the public for 90 days, where in fact we archive them indefinitely. So they're on the internet for anyone to view. I believe that it was brought up at one point, why do we choose to use YouTube as a delivery service? Well, there's a couple of comments about that. One is that we have an extended relationship with YouTube. Our account is a professional account because we deal with meetings that are sometimes many hours in length. That's not typically available to a general user. We use YouTube because of its reliability and also because of its access and searchability with the Google search engine. So anybody who's searching a particular item or topic, it could be Hondo Seco Road, that item might pull up in a Google search and they'll be able to watch the video from that. Okay. But I think my colleague may be able to tell you exactly when the meetings are broadcast currently.
Okay, thank you.
And to answer your question, first off, yes, we are streaming live, and your programming is set for Fridays and Saturdays starting at 9 in the morning on both of those days, and it runs until the completion of the meeting.
So they start at 9 in the morning, so if our meetings are 6 hours long, they'll go on till 2 o'clock or so. Is there an opportunity to change them towards the evening hours, maybe when more people are home?
That is a possibility, absolutely,
okay,
yes.
Yeah, and again, we'd be more than happy to do that. It's just a function of, again, being compliant with the contract. There was an issue before in regards to delivery of the files to the clerk, and we understood substantively that we were archiving the content online so it was available to the public. As at this point, the clerk has a copy of all the digital files. So we do want to be compliant, and I don't know if that's a question for Mr. Malone, if we have to amend our agreement to change the duration of and the frequency of broadcast.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, Mr. Moya, thank you so much. And I'll echo what our chairman said. You got a great resume.
Thank you.
And also, it really is important that the service for our youth, coming in. I know we got a lot of the kids coming in from my district in Questa. They're coming into that. And one more question here. Elias Chavez. That's your grandpa?
That's my grandfather.
Okay, he was my Cub Scout leader in Arizona.
Oh, wow.
So
that's
tell him I said hello.
I will. Just a comment, Commissioner Sanchez, on that. We've had an enrollment of approximately 200 students in the Digital Media Arts program since last year. And we're really hoping that, again, this is new for the institution and new for the community in regards to it being a degree program. Part of the digital media program includes an IT certificate that we're offering, and that's important as well because we want to be able to make sure that our students are, being given the opportunity to develop these important skills. So I feel just really we're trying to provide a service to the county at a reasonable price. We want you to be able to know what it's going to cost the community and the constituency. We want to provide, good service, innovation, access to content, and an educational opportunity. And so really what you're doing in regards to the nature of this agreement and partnership with us is you're supporting that program, and that's really important. And that's important to a number of different programs that we have at UNM. I just recently read an article where it stated the 5 job positions which provided the greatest access to income that didn't require a high-level degree, and UNM offers programs in all of them. And we depend on partnerships with entities in the community for that, including the town. One of the things that we're very, very happy about is our partnership with the county in regards to our new commercial truck driving program. We feel that's been very successful. There's been some technical issues with starting a new program like that, but those are our workforce skills that people are able to take directly into this environment and get jobs. So,
Chairman?
Very good.
May I add another thing? Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Moya, you touched on the IT. And earlier we had our kids, the interns from Chevron Mining, that are doing a project there on the playground equipment. And that is something that that we may have to touch bases with Chevron up there if there's any IT programs for our seniors, where we can bring them back home.
Exactly.
Instead of them leaving our area, getting that degree and coming on board with Chevron.
I'm glad you brought that up. I believe we've actually had 2 interns from our IT program actually intern at Chevron. And I could get you at a later date some more specific information with that. But we're trying to work with local providers. In fact, in regards to the management of the local cable access, we try to gain services from local providers like Taos Net and Brown Rice, because we want to support the community. And again, it is difficult, I'll admit that. We have to figure out how we establish and continue the sustainability of the program while working with entities in the community and making the greatest resource. And so my vision for this is that someday we'll be known in Taos for having a center that gives digital resources to people. There's nothing really like that in northern New Mexico, and that's why UNM-Taos is so important. We're the only educational institution within 50 miles. And we're really the only option for people who don't want to leave their community, who love it here. And frankly, that's why I'm back here in Taos, is because it's my home and I had to come back.
You mentioned you have 200 students enrolled in the program. What are the ages of these students?
One of the things that we do is we participate in what we call an early college program that we do on Fridays at the university. We also provide instructors at some of the local area high schools to teach digital media classes, including animation and video production. So the ages can range anywhere from high school age to, like we say, our average student is non-typical. It's typical for the community, but it's a single mother, age 34. Hispanic. And so we have a broad range of students. And so we have traditional college age students, and then we have a lot of non-traditional people who are returning to work. In fact, one of the students is taking one of the video production courses right now, was a local videographer and producer who wanted to gain some new skills in regards to some of the emerging technologies.
Okay, any other questions?
Oh, just real briefly, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Moya. UNM is such a critical part of our community, asset to our community, and appreciate you coming back, working with it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I invite everyone to please visit the website, www.taos22.com, as well as our institutional website. I'm also handing out, I believe you'll have my card. My thing is, I'm not saying that there aren't ever issues that arise when you're developing a new program. We want to respond to that, and we want to be able to respond to the community. If they have issues or comments or concerns, please come to us, because we really care about what we're doing.
Okay, thank you very much. Stephen?
I have 2 quick questions and then a comment. Mr. Moya used the term workforce. He referred to it as workforce training opportunities. And I've heard that the individual who heads the UNM, I can't remember her name, also referred to workforce. And I wonder if they might explain, as educators, how they understand the use of that term workforce. What does workforce mean? And he also said 1,000 people have witnessed the streaming content. I believe that's what was mentioned, and I wonder how that was measured, how that's done. With respect to comments, it was stated that it's archived, that the meetings are archived forever, and I wonder where that archive exists. Does it exist on YouTube? Does it exist locally? I'd like to see it exist locally. I'd like to think of it as a local library maintained by locals. I'm not interested in YouTube. I'm really not interested in ever being redirected to YouTube. I would like to see something on that screen that pops up that says you're being redirected to another site. And I think it would be good to have a choice. Now, I don't want to go there. I want to stay here. I want to stay in my community. So that's my comment, and I wonder if workforce and 1,000 views can be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Moya.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of the question. I think he asked about the views. When I'm discussing views, we can track the number of views each meeting has by usage on YouTube, which is the site that we use to archive. So that's different than the number of people access streaming. The streaming is much less. I think it's because it's an emerging technology to the area. In fact, we often deal with a lot of the technological infrastructure limitations in Taos. We participated with the Taos News to stream the mayoral candidate forums and the town council forums. And we had technical issues the first time we did it. We corrected some of those issues for the second time. But if you'll look at the usage in regards to the number of people access the recorded meetings, that's close to 1,000 people just for those two particular pieces of video information.
Okay.
So in regards to, I think the second question.
Workforce, Stephen, do you want to reiterate that question?
The question was about workforce, but my question was, how do you count that? How do you?
I believe it lists the number of views for each particular video.
And then as far as where these are archived?
Well, obviously now they're archived with the county, where they're archived on our local system, on our drives, but they are streamed from a different server, which is the YouTube servers.
Can they be streamed from this local server?
That potentially, I mean, when they
that's where you should be headed.
We'll take that under consideration. I agree with you. We like to support local initiatives. One of the things that we have run into is that we do have an emerging technological infrastructure here. There are limitations to the amount of bandwidth that people have, and when you're doing work of this nature, including streaming, that's a question that always arises. Are we going to be able? There's a lot of points, routes on the map when data is being taken from somewhere to the next. And the files that we're talking about and the bandwidths are very excessive. And so sometimes we have to consider that. Even in working with Brown Rice, sometimes we've had, and they've been really, really good in regards to customer support. But we have been in discussions in regards to setting up our own streaming servers.
Not just streaming servers.
They are currently archived on our systems here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moya. Anyone else? Commissioners? Commissioner Sanchez?
Could we have a 5-minute break?
Chairman, just before we take the 5-minute, Mr. Moya, thank you guys. Thank you, UNM. I just want to, there's more and more jobs becoming available in the field. With the broadband coming on board, there's certain certificates that are going to be required for them to continue to work on, I guess, on some of the home runs and installation, and then actually maintaining that particular system. Is UNM in the process of creating some of them certificates that could be, I guess, applied for, or made available to some of the?
We'd love to do that. We'd love to respond to that. I mean, I think the workplace evolves pretty quickly. We are a bureaucracy. It takes a significant amount of time. For example, the document that I submitted to you, which is just a broad overview of the DMA program, that took maybe about 9 months to go from us, theoretically imagining a possible degree, to going to a local curriculum committee, to going to the state main institution. It went all the way up to the Board of Regents and then the New Mexico Department of Labor before it was finally approved. So I think the future is in providing discrete boutique programs like that, for us to be able to respond and say, that's exactly the type of job that we need. We need to be able to have this flexibility and speed to develop a program like that, and we're working on that. But traditionally, we're evolving as an institution, but I think that's where the future is of course, everyone that I work with wants to make sure that everyone that goes to our institution gets something valuable out of it. And now as we're really putting an emphasis on workforce development, there is a real consideration that everything we do, we want to make sure that people can get jobs from that it's not created in a vacuum.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other?
How do you define workforce? However, workforce opportunities, workforce housing, what does workforce mean?
The workforce is the environment in which individuals can make an income working in a particular field or industry.
You said workforce environment.
I'm not exactly sure what I did say.
You said workforce and environment in which people have opportunities to earn.
I'm speaking generally about the term environment, meaning a general sense of time and space.
It's not an environment. I don't believe workforce is a set of people. Is it not a group? You refer to them as boutique industries or boutique programs?
I'm not sure I really understand your question, sir.
Okay, so
Thank you, Stephen. Maybe both of you can get together later on and talk about workforce development. Is there a motion?
Make a motion, take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes, if you can give us like 5 minutes, commissioners, right?
Yeah, at least.
5 commissioners, 5 minutes. Motion to come back into session?
Second.
All. Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay, we'll move on to item 7, contracts, agreements, MOUs, RFPs and bids, discussion, consideration, decisions regarding the following. Item A, this is a contract with the Northern Regional Housing Authority. Mr. Malone?
Mr. Chairman, Commission, this is one of the major pieces of the transition to the Northern Regional Housing Authority. This is a contract between Taos County and the Northern Regional Housing Authority that will bring to Taos a supervisor for the housing operation, and in addition, a number of people, as Leandro mentioned to you earlier, to evaluate the transition process so that when July 1st comes, the Northern Regional Housing Authority will be ready to hit the ground running. And the money provided for in this contract is a not-to-exceed amount of $125,000, broken up into 3 equal monthly payments that will not be county funds, those are HUD funds. We have received formal approval in writing from HUD for both the contract and that funding.
Commissioners?
In reviewing the contract, Chairman, I didn't find any problems with it. I just, and Mr. Malone, I think, had a big input on it. Is that correct, Mr. Malone?
That's truth.
And your recommendation is to approve it?
It is.
Okay.
So moved, Chairman.
Okay. Any other discussion? If not, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Malone. We'll move on to item 9, Department Matters, discussion, consideration, decisions regarding the following. Road Rear Committee recommendations of Reynolds Road.
You missed one, sure.
Mr. Chairman, we have item 8.
I'm sorry, yeah, okay. We have item 8. This is item A, 2014-16 resolution certifying the county maintained road mileage inventory. Mr. Chavez, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. As you all may know, we are required by law to certify our county maintained roads every April 1st of each year, which is today, along with a hard copy and a resolution resolving to identify those roads are also electronic data that has to be submitted to them for their own use and access. And that has been accomplished. I've been working with Brian Cribben, I think, from the planning. He's put that stuff together for me. Well, so what I'm presenting to you, in addition to what's supporting that, what I just mentioned, is a resolution to, and a hard copy of the roads that are currently or have been for a while. You know, things happen throughout the year, so those things that have changed throughout the year are incorporated now in this hard copy. As you recall, we've adopted 2 or 3 roads in the last year. We've also abandoned a few because of the annexation from the town of Taos. So if, the mileage hasn't really changed that much, you know, with the add-ons and deletions. So you see in the resolution what each district now has. I think in the past we were at 330 maybe miles, so now we're down to 320. So with that, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, I ask for your approval of the resolution to be submitted today, hopefully. If you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I just have one question. We get some compensation based on mileage. How does that work from the state?
Mr. Chairman, that's kind of a complex formula that's in statute. I have that available, but I won't say that I understand it, but I can look further into it and see.
You know the approximate amount we get for the 330 miles?
No, sir. I think it's based on the GRT. I mean, on the gas tax, and also GRT. So I can't tell you how much.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Chavez, how much did we receive last year? You remember? You don't know?
Sandra, help me.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we'll get back to you with that figure exactly. Let's do what we received over the last couple of years. That'll give us a gauge. The mileage hasn't changed that much, but it does matter on the taxes on the gas. And
yeah, if we knew the gross amount and then just divided the miles into it, we would have some idea, some ballpark sense of
per district.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions or comments, Commissioners? Not, what is the wish at this point?
I'll make motion to adopt the 2014-16 certification of the county maintained road mileage inventory.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. We'll move on to item 9 then. The Road Bureau Committee recommendation of Reynolds Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. A couple weeks back, the Road Bureau Committee went out and looked at 3 roads. Specifically, Reynolds Road was looked at by them. Their recommendation ultimately is not to adopt it as a county maintained road. You have reviewed the information included in the adoption factors for consideration. One of the things about Reynolds Road is that it's stabilized in the sense that it has pit run, but it's also lower than the adjacent properties or the adjacent land. So in order to bring it up to an acceptable condition, not so much standard, but condition is to raise it some more with pit run. There isn't a lot of significant drainage along the road, so there's no need for cross drainage. There wouldn't be roadside drainage because it's higher than adjacent, but so the big factor there is the initial cost to bring it up so that it would drain and not be the drainage channel itself. So, and that was a recommendation. They also, one one committee member thought, well, maybe we should if this is a bus route. That's why I added that note there before we found out before we asked or called to see if it was a bus route. It's not a bus route, but children do drive or walk to the intersection with 64 to catch the bus there. So, any other questions on Reynolds Road?
Whereabouts is Reynolds Road?
Reynolds Road is just north of the blinking light, the old intersection. It's on, if you go north on 64, you pass 522. Parish Supply, there's some like condominiums there on the left. And it kind of goes west and then it veers south, kind of parallel to 64 again, or 522. I can't picture that right now. Where is it? Is it 522 or 64? Remember? Anyway, it must be six. No, I can't tell you. I was going to say it's in District 1, but I can't picture that in my mind right now.
My district's in
522?
Yeah,
okay.
It's off 522.
Okay. Any other questions?
So move to accept the recommendation of the Road Viewers Committee.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second.
Discussion, please.
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's the approximate cost, Rick, to bring this up above so that it's not lower than the threshold?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't put any numbers to that. I don't have the photo. Well, I do have the photo. I'm sorry. That is 0.26 miles. We're talking about 2 feet of pit and run. The road isn't that wide, although it does allow two-way traffic. Maybe about 17 and a half feet is what I based off. So just roughly 17 times half a mile, 2 feet. And the pit run is free to us from the BLM pit on John Donne Bridge Road. So the cost would be equipment and labor. I'm talking maybe $5,000.
Mm-hmm. I mean, looking at the map, there are 50 houses that all need that road to get to the highway. To me, that's just one of those roads that it's hard not to take responsibility for as a county. When you have those kinds of situations where there's only one way to the highway and it serves a number of residential side roads, obviously we can't take on those side roads, but those arterial ones, I think that ultimately those should be the county's responsibility. And I like the criteria that you've adopted for these reports. That's a good progression that we've taken. I do think that you should have whether or not it's a school bus route also, and if you could give us a ballpark estimate. But again, those kinds of situations where there's that many families that need the one road to get out, I'm in favor of adopting.
Mr. Chairman, that situation exists all over the county, and you'll be asked to adopt those as well, presumably.
So we're going to have future chances to adopt such roads.
As many as you want.
And yeah, it would be good to get a assessment, to see how big this issue is. I mean, I remember when we first started doing this in the beginning, Commissioner Baroni and Duran, from the last administration mentioned, this is going to open up a lot of future requests, and of course, they've been proven to be right. But it is our business to maintain public roads, and so I'm in favor of continuing the process. And and accepting these discussions going forward. We really need to identify the criteria upon which we say yes or no. I know we had one road that served 5 people and it was going to cost 20 grand or something like that. And so that one was sort of a no-brainer. But you get to one of these where it's the only access to the highway, it serves 50 families, and the actual expense is not going to break our budget. I don't see why those shouldn't be accepted.
And Chairman, and again, it does open up an avenue for everybody in the community to bring their roads forward, depending, and again, we need to be very careful how these roads were adopted or how they were put in place. I know a lot of, I want to say,
subdividers. Developers
came in and they developed a certain section, and now they're wanting that road, even though the road, there has been I guess a user's fee to use the road, and I believe that's why we've given, or we recreated this criteria that we have given to the Road Viewers Committee to move forward on, and I think we need to depend on that Road Viewers Committee to make those recommendations to us, and that's why the motion that I made, because there's several other roads coming to us and they do have recommendations, and I just, I think that's critical in the steps that we're following, is that we give that Road Viewers Committee that opportunity to make them recommendations to us.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I haven't gone through each answer, let's say, to each criterion, but one of the things I mentioned is that in order to drain it, let's say, we have to expend this money or this effort to raise it. And I've said before in the past, anytime you go up or down, you're also going in, which means that if it's 17.5 feet now, even at a 1-to-1 slope, you're reducing it again to about 15.5 feet, 1 foot each side. So that's one consideration. You're reducing the width of the roadway. Also, a concern for those folks, for the committee, was at the end of the road, it kind of veers, a private road veers off to the left, but it's also open such that if it was a bus route, they would turn around there on private property. Or in the case that the county adopted the road, that's where we would be turning around any equipment we send down that road. So we would have to have a commitment from that property owner to say, okay, you're allowed to use this for as long as it's a county road or county maintained road. On the other hand, he could choose to fence his property however he sees fit, and then we'd have to back in and out of that road with whatever we're trying to do.
So, Commissioner Blankenhorn, it's in your district, and your recommendation then is not to accept then the committee's report at this time. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that going forward, I would like us to make some kind of an assessment if it's possible. I don't know, maybe it's too big of a job, but some kind of an assessment countywide to see how many of these similar situations there are, where the development was made prior to subdivision laws actually requiring the buildup of roads. This kind of thing wouldn't happen now because, we do ensure that the roads are developed properly, and then the costs are shared by the developer and the people who purchase the lots. But all of this was created prior to those laws. I would like to know what the extent of the problem is in Taos County, and see if we can come up with some sort of a universal solution. At the same time, I recognize that we do have to defer to our road viewers, and I do understand the additional problem of not being able to turn around at the end of the road, and that was one of the factors. So I'm not going to make a separate motion in this case, but going forward, I would like to assess the problem and see if we can address it in a manner that systematically takes care of some of these situations. Because the people who live on these roads really don't have any other options.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Blankenhorn. Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I agree with Commissioner Blankenhorn. I've had the same issues in my district, and they need to get to safety. If the ambulance or the fire department were to have to get in there, that's the main artery. I I support Commissioner Blankenhorn. I think it's important when we've got a lot of these roads that are going to be coming up, and subdivisions in the past did that, and now we're facing that battle. But we've got to take care of our constituents, whether it be District 1, 2, 3, 4, through 5. So I support Commissioner Blankenhorn, and I think it's something that we just can't just drop and say no. Let's look at it. Let's see what we can do to support our constituents. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I appreciate that. However, we're asking for an assessment countywide on private roads right now. What I have to offer for you in considering what you just said is we got county roads that's an issue. So it's hard to say, well, let's look at it and assess the whole county and every private road and see how we can systematically improve those when we're not improving the ones we got right now. I mean, we got one-lane roads. I mean, one vehicle can go through there only, We got a bridge that probably an ambulance can't cross, and you got 20 or 30 people living on that side. So I appreciate that, as I said, but there's a limit to what the county can do.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Mr. Malone?
And I just want to mention that each time, and it's a comment that applies to all three of these that we're considering today, that each time you decide to accept a road, we then have to go through a process where there's a survey, and we come back to you. That survey costs money, and the length of the road is going to determine how much the survey costs. And their current, I think Mr. Chavez paid for the last survey out of his budget, but there is no current budget for those surveys. So that needs to be taken into account going forward if there's going to be a large number of adoption or any future adoptions. Somewhere that money has to be accounted for.
Other comments? Ronnie,
there was a motion.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay. We'll move on then to the other item. Mr. Chavez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, next road is Tres Lomas Road, and this is north of Arroyo Hondo off of State Road 522. To give you a location or perspective, as you go across the bridge, you start climbing up the hill, you go another maybe a mile or so, there's a road that turns off to the left. That's County Road. That's Old State Road 3 that comes down back into the Arroyo Hondo community. Off of that Old State Road 3, as soon as you kind of come across, you're starting to come back being parallel to 522. There's a road that veers off to the right, as you can see it in the map. The only difference from the map is that I identified the section of road we were going to consider from its intersection with Old State Road 3 to that three-way intersection. Well, we looked at it further west and north, so it's probably about 0.4 of a mile, not much further. So that's what was looked at by the Road Bureau Committee. Again, this road is also stabilized with pit run. In this case, the road is kind of level with the adjacent properties. It also has topography or terrain differences. It's kind of rolling a little bit as you're going further north and west. It starts going down a cut on the left-hand side, fill on the right, and so it's a grade down towards the bottom or the intersection there with another road. So, as I said, the Road Bureau Committee looked at this as well, and they recommended not to adopt.
I have a question, Mr. Chavez, and looking at the signature line of the Road Bureau members that participated, there's only, on all of these documents, only 3 that actually participated out of a total of 8 members, and I'm just wondering if that is something that is questionable, whether we should have had more of a majority versus just 3 board members participate.
Well, Mr. Chairman, actually right now there's only 7 because I got a recent email that I forwarded to the legal department where one of the members has said he's not going to be participating anymore. He lost, I believe, his mother, and he's going to do something else. However, we're lucky to get 3 members, and that's why we had identified 8, because most of the time, one person would show up, and that was Zeke Trujillo, who passed away. So we got, well, you know, you all decided that you needed more members just to have them available. So just 3 people showed up. Alex Abeta would have been available if more than 3 hadn't. My understanding from the statute is that you need a majority, which is 3 for the 5 districts. And if you look at the next road, you'll see that Alex did sign up on that. Not that he was present, but that he's very familiar with that road, and he wanted to make his input, or for us to take his input, and for you to consider his opinion on that.
Mr. Chavez, Mr. Malone, your thoughts?
Yes, it is a requirement of 3.
At least the 3.
Mr. Chairman, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just going to make a motion, but go ahead if you have questions.
Is there a division generally, or is it always unanimous, these decisions?
It's generally unanimous. Sometimes there is, like you said, you know, well, these folks go through here, is it a school bus route? And this person obviously is interested in that. And he said, well, if it's a school bus route, I think we should. At the time that they're discussing it amongst themselves, there hasn't been a vote made yet, but there's that discussion. And then once we made a call and determined that it wasn't actually a bus route, then he voted with the other members.
So I guess my question to the staff, Mr. Archuleta, Mr. Malone, Mr. Chavez.
Probably to replace the one that chose not to participate.
Have it on the next agenda?
Sir.
To address that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And, okay, so any other questions with regards to the road, Mr.?
Yeah, just one other thing. I don't know if the road viewers were aware of this, but this particular road does get used by tourists some and bikers, mountain bikers and whatnot. There's a lot of paths up there. Is that a consideration? You know, the first thing is the number of families it serves, but then if it's used by the public for other reasons, that seems like something that should be part of the
Actually, Mr. Chairman, and I'm thankful that you brought that up. Part of their discussion amongst themselves, of course, and after we met with 2 of the folks from up there, because these are advertised. And folks are, if they want to show up and offer their side of it or their input, they're able to. So anyway, part of that discussion with the folks from there is that it accesses BLM at a point. Also, they mentioned that there's a substation for Kit Carson. So that issue with BLM actually said, well, and I'm sure I could hear one, because I got one person talking to me on one side and another. They asked, well, have you talked to BLM about, you know, and is it right for the county to look at this if you got BLM access? So that kind of swayed it towards the donut. Now, why don't you ask BLM to help out? And as I said, this road is stable. It drains. Yeah, it gets rough like any other road, but it's got pit run just like the other 2 roads. So that was their decision, their recommendation to you, not to adopt.
Chairman,
Commissioners,
I make a motion to go with the recommendation of the Road Reviewers Committee.
okay. Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second with discussion. Any comments from the commissioners, from the public? Go ahead and come forward. State your name for the record.
Chairman, other members of the commission, good morning, good afternoon now. My name is Andy Johnson, and I'm here on behalf of the 34 residents of that area that are served by this road. I appreciate the position of the county in this situation. In looking at Mr. Chavez's report, there was nothing in there that seemed to be negative, except the last question was, are there any benefits to the county in adopting this road? So I wasn't sure how that's defined, what benefits to the county means. I can tell you that for the 34 homeowners and taxpayers there's a tremendous benefit to it. The road is in our estimation, in terrible shape. It's full of deep potholes. FedEx won't deliver up there anymore. At the slope side, there's some serious ruts because of lack of proper drainage. So, and the county already maintains B001 as it comes off the highway and intersects with Tres Lomas Road, which we were asking for roughly half a mile of maintenance. So we thought it would be fairly easy, since the county is already maintaining a road that's right next to it, to add a half a mile to that process. The other thing I might add, I'm joined by John Wood here, who was also a resident, and then Martin Dilger, who was in the back, who was also part of our group. But this is the second time we've submitted a petition, and I see it's been denied by the report. So I guess our question would also be, is it worth our while to continue submitting petitions if it's not approved, if this one is not approved, if it's, because it's a lot of work to gather all the signatures and talk to the residents. It's a lot of work to put these petitions together. So that would be, I'd appreciate some comments about that from the county.
You know, Commissioners, I think what would be very beneficial to the commission is to see photographs of these roads displayed, so that we know exactly what we're talking about. We don't always travel from one district road to the next, always concerned with our own pretty much. And so, Mr. Chavez, that would be a recommendation that I would like to make is, you know, besides a bird's view of the road, also have some actual photographs of the surface so that we know exactly as to what they're talking about, what you're talking about. Commissioners?
And I would like to know if we're taking the burden away from a developer. I mean, when whoever developed that road and whoever developed the homes on both sides of the road, are we taking the burden off that developer? I mean, by making it a county road. The developer developed it, and he had a vision by developing it and putting roads on both sides of the road. Now, whose burden is it? Is it the county's burden, or is it the developer's burden? You know, because I don't know, at the present time, are you guys paying a road users fund, or do you guys pay into that? How is the road maintained presently?
Well, we have, Mr. Mayor, we have our own road associations for the roads that feed into this Tres Lomas Road. We did 2 years ago. We did collect funds from residents to do some minimal grading on that Tres Lomas Road. I believe that road, I may be wrong, but I believe that road had existed for many, many years before the developers came in there and developed those other arterial roads. Did you have something to add to that, John?
I'll only add that Kit Carson installed a substation down there. I'm not sure how many years ago. It's probably 20 at the minimum. Or I know Louis Reyes told me he installed the substation, so however long he's been there would be an indication for that. But that road has been in existence for a very, very long time.
Okay.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, you can pretty much see that off the map too. You know, it does come off of Old State Highway 3, and Los Arcos is I think a trailer park. Each one of these little developments were probably done separately. I don't know how this road was never a county road. I really don't. It's been there for a long time. It comes right off State Highway, and just one of those mysteries. It would be interesting to see the history, but I don't think, I'm sure that it wasn't one of those situations where one developer came in and should have made arrangements and didn't. It's been there a long time.
And I like your request earlier to Mr. Chavez, is if we can get a number of these roads that are wanting to get accepted as county roads be brought back to us, so we can get an overall picture of how many roads and what the cost is. And I mean, we're working on a very limited budget, and now if we're going to stretch that budget even further, some of the roads that we maintain now are probably not going to get maintained because we're going to shift that maintenance to other roads. So I would like to know that if that's going to happen, so we can get that bigger picture.
One of the factors to consider that is, are all kind of roads maintained adequately? And generally, the perception is that no. And in reality, there are some kind of roads that we don't even touch once in a year. 20 miles of Cerro Montoso doesn't get graded. Last year we started hauling pit run because it's a monument area. We improving the access, but that's a lot of road to do. And if the interest is to improve the access to the monument, particularly on that road, then that's a lot of resources that the county is going to have to expend to get that.
And Mr. Chavez, at one point, I don't know, 6 years back, we were looking at a plan that we would address roads on a different, level 1, level 2, level 3, where, we would just do snow removal, or we would just grade them once a year, or we would maintain them to a county standard. Was that plan or idea abandoned, or?
No, Mr. Chairman, not so much that it was formalized in any way, but, there is no county standard. There are county standards for subdivisions, but for roads, as I said, we got one-lane roads. That is no standard that anybody would like to have. And yes, depending on the density, the traffic volumes, you have those priorities, like in snow removal. I mean, we hit the main arteries first within the county, and then we go along with secondary roads. So to answer your question, it was never formalized per se, but that's still the practice, that we do that. As I said, there's increasingly we are starting to address roads to bring them, like Commissioner Blankenhorn, I think most of his roads now, with the exception of 2 or 3 that are very short, all have pit run or are paved or have base course. So if that is a progression that we need to take everywhere, obviously there are some roads that we probably won't do that, like Cerro Montoso or like Camino Romero by the rock wall. There is hardly any traffic in one portion of it. But yeah, little by little, we'll start addressing it as the population dictates it, as the volumes, where it makes sense. And it's the same priorities that we present to you when we present expending the LGRF, the CAP co-op. I mean, there's priorities, and that's how we address things normally.
And so a question to Mr. Malone. So Mr. Malone, the process that we have in place right now is that we send it to the road viewers come back with a recommendation. We can either adopt or reject the road viewers' recommendation. Is that kind of the process that we have in place?
That's correct, with one additional step, and that is because the state statute requires that there be a survey attached to a document filed with the clerk. What we've been doing in the last year or so is that rather than immediately adopting, you have voted to, if your intention is to adopt, you voted to send it back to the road viewers for the purpose of getting the survey. And that's what I was referring to a moment ago, that that needs to be funded as well. So there's a second step in there, and that is the step of saying we'd like the road viewers to get a survey. Then when the survey has been filed with the clerk for the requisite period of time that's required by the statute, then we bring it back to you for a final vote.
I understood. Okay.
I've got one more question. Ms. Malone, can we do this as a county? Do we need the petition? Like in the future, if we find we do a survey and we identify some priorities and decide that we're going to adopt, can we adopt it on our own accord without having to put the owners through the process?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, if it can be done without the petition process. I think it probably can, but I'd have to double check that.
Okay, thank you.
Sir. Go ahead, come forward.
My name's Martin Dilger, and I live on Sangre de Cristo Mountain Drive. And I frequently walk out from the lower portion of the road that would be graded on out to the Rio Grande Gorge. And I've noticed recently that there are more people going down there to bike. And I think since it's recently been designated as a national monument, we're going to have more people that are going to be biking out there. They specifically asked me, where's the Horse Thief Trail, which is a famous trail that runs right along the gorge up there. And you're going to have, I think, more people trying to get out there. And yet they're going to have to negotiate that Tres Lomas Road to go down the hill and then to go out to get to the BLM land. So I just thought I'd share that with you.
Mr. Blankenhorn.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Rick, that is another criteria that should be included on the evaluation. You know, in addition to the population that lives there, to what extent does the public have other uses for this road? Because to the extent they do, it increases our responsibility, certainly. You know, the people who live there can't be expected to maintain a road that people are using to access the national monument and other recreational features that we as a community like to have for our citizens and our visitors.
And I get that, Mr. With the folks that have emergency, fire department that have to go, our ambulance, and that is our fire. Have to get to these roads, and if they're able to because of the conditions. County, I'm sure there is. And are we taking the necessary steps to at least improve these roads? Very basic to where they're recognize the concern, but the fact is that parcels of real estate is road maintenance, or perhaps maybe there weren't ever any road maintenance agreements. And so it basically puts the blame and the responsibility on the government entity, which is Taos County.
Mr. Chairman, just to pictures are useful because, you know, the thought that an ambulance or fire engine couldn't get on down that road is I mean, that's a good road compared to a bunch of other roads. And pictures would show you that. It's just rough because roads get rough and they need grading once in a while, but in the case of emergency vehicles, at least through that portion, there would be no problem.
And is it a possibility that we can get this road looked at by BLM because it's an access to, you know, the trails or bike trails or?
Check with them.
And because I think Title III monies could be possibly allocated there.
Title III is.
Or is it Title IV? I can't remember the title. Yeah, Title III monies, yeah.
I don't know, is that just limited to Forest Service or just any federal agency?
I think federal. Okay. We might just look into it. I think it would be you know, something that we could help out with there.
Thank you, Commissioner Baroni. Mr. Chavez, Mr. Archuleta, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I think that this discussion brings up an interesting item, which is that Taos County really needs to look at the whole bonding issue. As you can see from what we're seeing week after week coming in front of the commission, is that roads and infrastructure and bridges for Taos County is very vital. It's part of economic development. It also helps with our national monument. I have asked for our financial manager and Mr. Cordova to put together a time frame for the commission. That time frame is available at this time. We'll be at the next commission meeting bringing that back to the commission so that we can start hopefully moving in that direction. But I also feel that the constituents and that the viewing public on the camera today need to understand is that, you know, Taos County has limited resources because of tax dollars. And we can talk about 50 homes on one piece of property or on one road and we can talk about, you know, 3 families on that one road. Every one of those families is extremely important, and it doesn't matter if it's 50, it doesn't matter if it's 3 on that road. Somehow we have to get emergency services, our ambulance services, fire departments out into those different areas. And so we are going to be coming back to the community. We are going to be coming back to the public and asking them to partner with us so that we can get these roads done, so that we can get our bridges fixed, so that we can have infrastructure. And hopefully along the same line of that, we can also have some bike trails available for some recreational economic development within Taos County. So I also, you know, would like just to, again, echo what our attorney stated, is that in the past, the commission has not been following the statute as far as the surveys go for all these adopted roads. And that is a new expense that Taos County has to deal with in the coming future. So we will be bringing that in front of the budget. We will put some money in there for this, but it's also something that we do not have in our budget at this point in order to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Archuleta. Mr. Thielke?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the county needs to establish another standard on the roads. I mean, other than the roads that are in our inventory, because we have a lot of secondary roads that only need help in an emergency situation. I was denied that. The county at the time considered our road, which is a public road, considered it my driveway and denied me on anti-donation. I think we need to have another standard, and if we don't, I'll probably be one of the worst advocates for denying any bonding issue. If people are paying the same amount of taxes, but they're denied equal access to county resources, even on an emergency level, trying a bonding is gonna fail. And I know there's a lot of roads because in my business I hit all these roads. And in fact, I got a customer today on Reynolds Road down near the end. And it's a lot better than some of the roads, but at least minimum standard. If we could create a secondary minimum standard, so that when people come and need help with their roads that are in terrible shape, that when they come to the county, they can get it. Equal. I mean, it's having equal access to county resources. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thielke.
Mr. Thielke and Chairman, before you leave, you know, I know that there was a group of students here from Questa, and they were looking for somebody to take care of their...
I spoke with them. I put them in touch with Max Martinez, and one of the ladies that was with them knows Max, so he may be able to give them information about people who are already have the license for prairie dogs in the Questa area. Okay. That's a little far for me to go, but thank you. They've been covered. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Blankenhorn, Commissioner Sanchez.
Commissioners, also, Steve, what you said earlier, maybe we can start looking at the budget to put monies and ways for roads that are going to be coming up. I'm sure they are. I've got them. I'm sure the other 4 commissioners have those roads that we don't see them, but they're going to come before us. So let's, maybe it'd be wise to put a little money aside and just for the ones that are unexpected that we need to take care of. And I like what you just said earlier on the Rio Grande del Norte. It is going to bring in people. We need to fix those roads so they can come down and enjoy and come back again. We don't want to run them off if they fall off the bike, you know? I mean, something can happen. Thank you.
And with the Rio Grande del Norte is the federal government did last year suggest that they would allow monies when they do become available for improvements into the national monument area. And so that is something that the county, Mr. Chavez, you guys need to look at and tap into it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We will.
There is any other discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Well, as much as I would like to help our constituents here, I'm going to have to take the recommendations of the reviewers and staff and vote yes.
I agree with Commissioner Blankenhorn. I have to go yes on this one.
Yes.
No. Okay, on the next one, Mr. Chavez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, like Reynolds Road and Tres Lomas Road, Santo Esteban Road is also stabilized, and it appears that there's been pit run put down on the road for the length of it. Contrary to what the map shows that I provided in your packet, you'll notice that I had gone past, which is a very significant drainage. The recommendation of the road reviewers just to consider a mile instead of the 1.18, which is right before you start going into that significant drainage. So all this discussion that will be had now is just a mile and not the 1.18 miles. So again, to describe some of Santo Esteban Road is stable, as I say. It's rough, just like Tres Lomas, but it also, similar to Tres Lomas, it's undulating terrain. It slopes very gently to the west and north. And the road itself is more or less level with the surrounding properties, so that the only deficiency there in other than routine grading would be to establish drainage, roadside drainage. This is also not a bus route in that the bus doesn't go down this road, but the kids also congregate at the intersection with US 64, and that's where they get on the bus, according to what I could determine. One of the things that the committee did say is that they would consider recommending this for adoption, but that they would recommend that the adjacent property owners provide for their own culverts at the new roadside drainage. And this is kind of a partnership that was mentioned earlier. There, since then, the person who's kind of spearheaded the paperwork to bring this before you has also gone back and asked folks to consider that contingency. Will you provide your own culvert at the ditch line? Yeah. And as far as I know, there are 60 homes there, with about 42 access points. 30 have signed up in writing, and 12 have given verbal. In fact, this morning, a person by the name of Rick Edelman called me. He has 3 access points, asked what was going on. I told him what the process was, and he said, I am very for this. I have 3 accesses. I will be putting in those if this transpires. So he gave me his phone number, his address, in case we need to get a hold of him. So that is what I have to present before the commission. Again, I remind you, as has Mr. Malone, that should you accept this recommendation, it requires a survey, and it is a mile long, and that, we've only done this before for a quarter of a mile. That was on Amber Lane, and I don't remember exactly how much it was, but I think it was, I remember $2,000-3,000 for half a mile, quarter mile. So there it is for your consideration.
Okay.
So move to accept the recommendation of the Road Viewers Committee, provided we can find the money and the recommendation for the installation of their own culverts.
I'll go ahead and second. Mr. Archuleta?
Chairman, just to again reemphasize, the statute doesn't allow us to have the final vote to adopt until we've had the survey on file with the clerk for the requisite period of time. So it would come back to you again.
So the motion, if you can restate the motion again, Commissioner Barone?
To accept the work of the recommendation of the Road Viewers Committee with their stipulation about culverts, provided the county can find the money for the survey.
And also we'll have to look at obtaining a survey?
Correct.
Of the road? Okay. I'll go ahead and second. Any other thoughts, Commissioners?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just that I think the real distinction here, correct me if I'm wrong, is that this road is accessed by 250. Is that correct?
That was, the road viewer goes out there and they see what's around them and they say, well, about how many people do you think are there? 250.
I see.
But from the folks who live there, they say there's 60 residences, 2 per residence, 120, so maybe 3, 4, who knows?
Mm-hmm. But do you, in your opinion, was that the reason that this was recommended for adoption? Because of the number of people that use it? I'm trying to get the
difference between,
yeah.
The sense I had from their perspective there, and they all three were kind of, not leaning towards one side, but I think the sense is that it's a straight road. It even with everything else around them, it's already stabilized. They asked me, well, what did you do? I said, well, this is already stabilized. The next logical thing is to bring base course. Of course, then you got complaints about dust and speeds, and then they say pave it, and then folks want speed humps. So, well, what would you do? I said, well, first of all, you have to establish drainage. And as I said, it's like this. It's just gently to the right if you're going south, which in some cases might not require drainage. I think that just recalling driving through there is that all accesses would require a culvert. And because of the results of that recommendation and the commitment by the folks, I think, that 42 culverts, 20 foot long is a lot of money and so it wouldn't make sense for us to just go in there and grade it every once in a while. It would make sense to drain it, and along with drainage comes drainage structures.
Are there any residents from that road that wish to speak? Okay, go ahead. Come forward, state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, my name is Betty Adamson.
And I'm Martin Chavez.
Okay. And we did get around to all of our neighbors, and everyone is really thrilled about doing this. And we collected signatures for you, if you want to give that to them. And there were 30 people who signed, and we had 12 that gave verbal. And so we felt that, the road is used by so many people that there's like 60 homes up there now, many of them with children. And the bus stops at the corner of 64 and Sunday 7 Road. And many times that bus comes and turns around on the highway. And it becomes a little congested in there, and it's a little bit dangerous. But there's so many people driving back and forth on that road because there's so many children. So we felt like that was one of the benefits of having the road fixed. What else was
Actually, the bus has, sometimes depending on the weather, the bus has to back into the highway to get pointed towards the east. And to me, that's a kind of a dangerous situation, although they have their lights on and stuff. Some people don't pay attention. And the other point that we wanted to make too is that we have committed, well, some of the representatives are here, but we've got a lot of signatures saying yes. And from $200 to $250 for the culverts for our entrances. And that was a pretty profound commitment on their behalf. And I checked it, I gauged it, and said, you know what I'm saying? They, yeah, we'll do it. We have spent some money trying to maintain it, but we just don't have enough.
Well, many of the people up there are, at or below the poverty level. Quite a few of the people up the road that use this road. And trying to get everyone to be able to contribute to the maintenance that's required for that has been difficult. It's just been a handful of people who could afford to keep up the maintenance on that road. So that was another consideration for us, was getting a little bit difficult to do that, and we did what we could, but still there is that drainage issue, like Mr. Chavez was saying, that we really need something to get the water off the road because it's deteriorating.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from Santo Esteban Road that wishes to speak?
I'm Barbara Chavez. That's my better half. My personal concern, gentlemen, Chairman, is ambulance service, fire service, police services. It's difficult for them to get down the road if they have to get there in a quick way. Of the people that we all researched and talked to, they are very, very dedicated to doing what needs done if you all do approve this road. Not only in putting in the culverts, but I think we're all going to do an active part to maintain it to the best of our ability. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Janelle, welcome. State your name for the record, the full name.
Janelle Ortiz, and I do live on Santo Esteban Road, and I've been a resident here at Taos for about probably 16 years, and that road is, horrible, and if we could help to get that fixed up, would be awesome. We have kids, exactly, the police, if there's an emergency, if there's ambulances having to go, if going really fast, they can flip over, and exactly like they were saying about the bus, it would be great to have that road fixed. Because when it rained last year, we almost got flooded. It was pretty bad with all that stuff going on. So, if it can get fixed, it would be, greatly appreciated. I know there's a lot into it, but, it is a road that's used multiple times going up and down that road. It's hard for us to keep going down the road like that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Sí, puedo hablar en español.
Mi nombre es Marisol Ledesma y soy vecina de la Santo Esteban Road. Para nosotros es muy importante que nos ayuden con lo que les estamos pidiendo porque ha habido ocasiones en que las ambulancias duran 2 horas en llegar porque no hallan el camino. Es más, tenemos problemas hasta con el UPS porque no quieren entrar porque el camino está muy feo o porque simplemente no lo encuentran. De hecho, ya el camino en la esquina para entrar de la... ¿Es la 60? La 64 no tiene ni sign. No, o sea, no hay señalamiento de que ahí es el Santo Esteban Road. Duramos casi 1 año que no había una stop allí. El camión es muy complicado, más bien en el tiempo de la nieve. Hay gente que tiene hasta 3 niños, van niños a la elementary school, hay niños que van allá a la middle school. El camión del middle school llega a las 3:30, el de la elementary llega a las 4:30. Entonces, tienen que dar 2 vueltas y el camino es una pesadilla. En tiempo de lluvia, en tiempo de nieve, es un peligro. Entonces, para nosotros sí es muy importante. Yo tengo una niña de 2 años y espero que cuando vaya a la escuela ya pueda pasar el camión.
Sí.
Entonces, para nosotros sería muy importante que consideren nuestra petición.
Gracias y estamos en acuerdo.
Gracias.
Gracias. Okay. Anyone else that wishes to speak? Okay. Commissioners, there was a motion. There was a second. Madam Clerk?
I'm going to vote yes. I'm glad that we can help out on this road, and I appreciate the public-private partnership and all of those commitments, so yes.
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 Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Chavez, go ahead.
If this, with your vote today, next stage or step will be to get that survey if possible. But one of the things that I wanted to offer as far as this partnership was, at the time, if it is adopted formally by y'all, at the time that we go in there to establish roadside, that the residents, it would work really well if the residents already had made arrangements either to have the culvert there or to get it there soon after we go through with the graders, because we'll go along the ditch as we need to, but it's access points go in a little deeper. If the folks are ready with a culvert, to slip it in there. They'll have to fine tune the bedding on that culvert and then fill it up, but that is an additional savings to the private landowners that have committed to participate in this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I just wanted to say, for the folks from the Tres Lomas Road, I just feel a little bit uncomfortable with the decision that was made here today, and I don't know that we need to completely stop at where it was or what that decision was, but I don't know if we can revisit the issue, Mr. Chavez. I know that this is a road that goes into the National Monument area, correct? That's what was discussed today. And so maybe it would behoove this commission to see some photos in the next meeting, something that is more supportive documentation so that we can possibly look at reconsidering. I still don't want to throw it off the table completely.
And Chairman, I did make a recommendation that he also go back and visit with the BLM and with the Forest Service and see if this road would qualify for any funding. So I think it's not off the table. It's, we need to see if there's any other avenues that we can look at.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez.
Chairman, Commissioner, with that said, I agree with you, Chairman. I feel bad for those folks also. I think we got to take care of all our constituents with bad roads. We got them all over the district. And if we can revisit that, as you say, is that in the form of a motion?
Sure.
I'll second it.
Okay. We can.
Question then, Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
I guess in all fairness, so do I do this with Reynolds Road as well? Bring back photos that you can look at.
I think it's a good idea. I think it helps support the case of the individual petitioners. If they didn't want people or if they didn't want these roads maintained, then they wouldn't come before us. But it was said earlier, we owe it to them. We're the representatives of these folks, and whether these are county maintained roads or not, we have that responsibility. They all pay into a tax base, and I feel it is very necessary.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And
Go ahead, Commissioner Sanchez.
Are you going to suggest an annexation, Mayor?
No. Chairman, Commissioners, would you need a motion to bring Reynolds back, road back?
If you want to include
I'll make a motion to bring Reynolds Road back to
okay, and I'll go ahead and second.
And
any other discussion?
After the vote.
Okay. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, Commissioner.
Mr. Chavez, Vergolaga Road has a petition in. I would like to see that brought to the road viewers.
Are you asking, is there a petition already submitted?
Yes, there is.
Where is it?
Been submitted 6 years ago.
Okay, we're going to have to resubmit then, or gather signatures again.
Okay.
Okay, so do you have any contacts that we might?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have a motion to go to lunch, Chairman?
I'll go ahead and second that, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, Commissioners, motion to come back into session.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, we'll move on then to item 9, let me see. D? Yep, thank you.
9D.
A request for approval of the out-of-state travel to Colorado from April 28th, 2014 to May 2nd, 2014 to become a certified New Mexico General Building Inspector. Mr. Edward Vigil.
Mr. Chairman, I think we had item D. Is that not correct? First, I don't think we've done the indigent fund, Mr. Cordova. Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'm just following the agenda that I have.
Well, I guess I have a different agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
So
Okay.
move for approval, Chairman.
Okay.
Second.
Well, that was easy, Edward.
Perfect. Thank you. My work here is done.
No, it's not. That's why you're coming back.
Edward, did you need to change those dates, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if I may, Mr. Archuleta, Mr. Malone, thank you for the opportunity to come before you this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Mr. Archuleta, Mr. Malone, if I may just take a minute, I would like to take a moment to express my sincerest appreciation to you, the Commission, to Mr. Archuleta, Mr. Malone, other colleagues in the county on my recent appointment for acting planning director. The opportunity afforded me and the confidence in appointing me as the acting planning director is really an honor, and I appreciate it. I stand before you with no promises. I bring to you a strong and continued work ethic with planning staff that are very knowledgeable. I'm proud to say that our planning department is very knowledgeable in the work they do. And they're very competent in being able to do their jobs. I bring dedication as evidence in my 17.5 years of tenure with Taos County. Very proud to say that. I live in the county, and I plan on retiring from Taos County. I don't have all the answers to all the questions. As a matter of fact, early in my career, I was told by a colleague that it's okay to say, I don't know. I will do my due diligence to find answers to any solutions, to find an answer to a solution. Thank you once again for the opportunity, and while I'm thanking people, I also wish to thank my wife, Denise, for her love and support. She is not here. My brothers and my sister, my extended family, and lastly, my mom and dad, who are both deceased, for providing me the love, guidance, work ethic, respect, and tools to succeed. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Thank you very much, Edward. That is a wonderful opportunity that you have to serve the people of Taos County through the capacity that you hold at this time. And I wish you lots of luck. And I know that your mom and dad, as I know, would be smiling upon you, and I'm sure they are. They're guiding you through this whole process. It's not an easy task serving in a public capacity, but I'm sure that a person of your caliber, with your honesty and your integrity, that it will go just fine. And so congratulations.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you.
And thank you to the staff also. Not everyone is in here now at the moment, but you know, we have Jessica, we have Rachel here that are from planning, and I always get a lot of compliments on our planning department, and they depend on the leadership as well, and it's we've got some great leadership there, and you know, you guys just do a lot of, you know, speaking of, when you speak of in the trenches, you guys are definitely in there, and because of the planning department, a lot of good things have happened in the county. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yeah, thanks. Edward, shoot, in this 17.5 years, I think as a building contractor, private attorney, county attorney, now commissioner, I've had a chance to work with you on from all of those different perspectives. It's always been great. You know, you've always been professional, courteous. You know your subject, you get to the point, you're clear. That's all we can ask of a public servant, and I know that a good portion of the community agrees with me in that because you've had so many interactions over the years processing those permits, and so I'm grateful to you for stepping up and taking on this responsibility. I think you're going to do a wonderful job. I think in your first week you had a couple of difficult issues that you jumped on right away. I appreciate that. We had an individual in Valdez building a fence on his boundary line, but into our road that we had maintained for 10 years. It was clearly a health and safety issue. Edward issued a red tag. called a timeout before it was built. Then our county manager was able to negotiate a good settlement. And that's really effective work. Also, you know, with that trailer in Ranchos, I appreciate the heads up you gave to the commission. You know, you're following the law, and you gave us the details of it clearly. And so I'm looking forward to working with you in this new position. So thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Blankenhorn. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, I can't take all the credit for the action in Valdez. Obviously, staff assisted with that project as well.
Of course.
And
thank
Edward,
you, and thank you, staff.
You know, I thank you. I know Commissioner Sanchez is gnawing at the bit because you're from his district, and he's going to want to brag, you know, another guy from my district, but it's awesome. You know, again, it's a good example of somebody moving up the ranks in our establishment. That's, you know, I hope we afford everybody in the county that opportunity, because I think it's just shows that we want to move people up within the ranks, and you deserved it. You know, you've moved up, and I applaud you for taking on that task. So,
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Baroni, thank you very much. And gentlemen, Mr. Ballas is an exceptional individual, and he certainly left some big shoes to be filled.
And no, Commissioner Baroni, you cannot have Edward. Go ahead, Commissioner
Chairman,
Sanchez.
Commissioner Edward, also, you know, I know you're a leader. You've proven that, and your staff respects you. I see that you get along with them well, and that's number one right there, being able to talk to your staff. And I know I've called you after hours, and you don't hesitate. You call back, and you take care of my issues up in my area, and thank you so much, and I'm glad you're on board. You're an asset to this county. Thank you so much, Edward.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sanchez, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, moving on to business, the first point of order that I would like to do is clarify for you on the agenda. The agenda inadvertently represents that the purpose of coming before you today is to request approval for a certification for a New Mexico General Building Inspector. That is incorrect. The certification is for ICC, which happens to stand for the International Code Council, and this is the first point that I'd like to clarify on the agenda. The second item that I'd like to clarify on the agenda is when we submitted the request to come before you here at this meeting, we did have these dates correct. Since then, we have discovered, or Mrs. Romero, who will be the attendee in Inglewood, should you grant the out-of-state travel, she has brought it to our attention that it has a scheduling conflict with a commitment with her child, with her daughter doing her first Holy Communion on May the 3rd. So she asked that we go ahead and adjust the travel dates. Everything would remain the same. The travel dates would be adjusted to reflect June 1st through June the 6th. The departure date or the travel date would be Sunday, June 1st, with the seminar being from June 2nd through June the 6th. And then in addition to the travel dates, this is also part of the application or part of the request is to allow Mrs. Romero, upon her completion of the certification exam preparation course, that she also stop on the way back home in Colorado Springs and do her testing which would be on June 7th, Saturday, June 7th. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, as previously stated by Commissioner Baroni, this is a prime example of allowing individuals within a department to advance. By doing so, by Mrs. Romero successfully passing her exam, this would allow her to become a certified building official, which would allow her to go out individually and perform inspections throughout Taos County. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
So I would amend my motion then to include those corrections to the dates and correction to the certification. Okay. Do we need to, Edward, do we need to put something in place so when she gets certified that she doesn't leave?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, obviously that's a policy setting question or answer. That's something you would have to institute. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if I may, if you have any questions, I have the Chief Building Official, Jessica Gutierrez, and Mrs. Rachel Romero, who is presently a New Mexico certified building inspector, And as part of her certification for a building inspector, she was successfully obtained her certification for the state of New Mexico on September 9th of 2013, and there's a requirement of Construction Industries Division that she becomes certified within 1 year. Should you have any questions of either one, they are available for any questions.
Okay. Very good. Any questions, commissioners? Okay. So we'll go ahead and, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have our county assessor, request for approval of quotes to purchase vehicles for the assessor's office.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I was trying to keep with your schedule, and I got caught up helping someone, so my apology for walking in late. Before you are 3 quotes. It is time for us to add to our fleet a couple of vehicles. We've got some older vehicles that are certainly need to be replaced at some point. And so in front of you are 3 quotes, and I'm asking that the Commission allow us to purchase 2 vehicles from Reliable of New Mexico. If you look at the quotes, they are the dealership that gave us the lowest bid. We went with the quote process rather than GSA, as the GSA back in December when we started doing this, this particular vehicle was on the GSA contract, and then for some reason it was dropped off, and so we ended up going forward with 3 quotes. We did budget for this, and we are taking this out of the 1% monies under vehicle. It is part of our budgeting process and in anticipation of replacing our vehicles.
What is the total cost?
The total cost for 2 vehicles is $47,634.
Okay.
We are, I'm not sure if anyone was interested in why we chose these particular type of vehicles, but we were looking for something that had a high clearance. As we go out throughout the county, we find that some of the vehicles we have are hitting the bottom. They're being damaged on the bottom, and so we're trying to get some higher clearance there.
So moved, Chairman.
I'll go ahead and second.
Thank you.
Discussion. And Darlene, I know you need vehicles and everything, but my curiosity is, did we try to buy these local?
Mr. Chairman.
And one of the reasons I say that is because, a lot of times, the other reason I say to get these, you have a warranty on them. So every time the warranty issue comes up, you're going to have to haul them or take them to Santa Fe or haul them to Santa Fe if they were to break down here. I don't know that anybody would take on that responsibility. I don't know if the Chevy garage here would, but I'm just asking because,
Mr. Chairman, that's a valid question, a very good question, and Nick can certainly attest to this. And matter of fact, I'm going to ask Nick to come up because that was one of the first things we tried to do is to see if we could purchase, here in Taos, and he did a little bit of research to determine whether there was a vehicle here in Taos that we could purchase. So,
actually, I'll be speaking for Lori. Lori was actually the one that went through the process at that time. She was working with me on getting these vehicles together. We actually had difficulty getting a response from some of the local vendors, and when we did, they didn't want to have to deal with the type of vehicle that we were looking to get. So we had to expand our search perimeter to include other dealerships that would actually respond to our request for the what are these called? I forgot what the word is called when we
the specs.
The spec sheets. We couldn't get them to give us the spec sheets, and that's why from December to now, while it's been that issue, we didn't have any local dealers that would actually participate. So, and going out to Santa Fe and to Albuquerque looking for quotes, that's extended this clear into April.
Matter of fact, if I could add that Cindy, who took on this continuing looking for quotes after Lori left, can attest to the fact that for some reason we could not get people to respond. It's almost like we couldn't understand why these dealers didn't want to sell vehicles. And so it took a while just to get all the data, all the information. However, I did want to answer the second part of your question, which is the coverage. And I do have some information here that says that this particular vehicle from Reliable of New Mexico, this is in Albuquerque, it is a 5-year, 60,000-mile warranty. It is the better of what was offered out there. And so it's kind of a win-win, not only in the price, but in the actual warranty.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I didn't see on here what type of vehicle it was. What is the vehicle?
Xterra.
Nissan Xterra.
Nissan Xterra. I own one. I know they're very good, but that's not the only reason why we went for one. We actually discussed it in length as to what we were really looking for, and that we were wanting a 4-wheel and the coverage. What is it, Nick? I'm lacking words here. We haven't even had lunch. You have to forgive me. The brain isn't even functioning entirely. But we were looking for where we can travel on those rocky roads and whatnot.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Baroni, we're going to be driving on Reynolds and Tres Lomas and Santisteban Road, so we needed high clearance.
High clearance, that's the word I was looking for, high clearance. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner. Busy?
Okay.
Okay.
And they are 4-wheel drive vehicles or all-wheel drive vehicles?
4-wheel drive.
4-wheel drive. 4x4.
I just can't find it on here. That's all right, if you guys are comfortable with it.
If I can point it out.
Actually, 3 of the vehicles that we're using have such low clearance. There's a lot of areas that we can't even go in them. There were the small Jeeps that they had purchased several years ago that are actually have very low clearance. And we do a lot of
I didn't see it on here.
bottom grinding in those vehicles.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Nick.
Yes.
What colors are these coming in? I know that white is probably the cleanest.
I think we requested white only.
Great, great.
So that we can put an emblem on it.
And I know we need the 4-wheel drive because
Yes.
my roads up north are, as you well know, they're a little rough. But we'll get them paved.
The county logo will be placed shortly thereafter once we receive them. So.
And if we really need to check those vehicles out, pretty soon we'll have a excellent place there in Commissioner Sanchez's district because it's straight as an arrow. We can really test them out.
We'll test them out for you. Okay, thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate it.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Have a second?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, next up, item F, request for approval to reclassify the Planner 1 position to a Planner 2 position. Mr. Jaramillo, Brent Jaramillo, HR Director.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the Commission. What we have before you is to reclassify a Planner 1 position in the Planning Department to a Planner 2 position. This position is currently unfilled, and it was budgeted at $18.20 per hour. We want to, since Mr. VIII is stepping up, we also want to bring in additional help to the department, and we thought Planner 2 would allow them to hire somebody who had a little bit more experience into that position. So the money's already in the budget, and so we're not asking for any new additional money. It's reoccurring funds, but it was an unfilled position. And I stand for any questions.
Commissioners?
Brent, and this, it is a recurring expense, and it would be funded within their budget.
Correct. Currently, it's funded at $18.20. That's kind of above a pay grade. A Planner 1 makes $16.44 to a midpoint of $19.97. We would keep it budgeted, that was the figures for a Planner 2. A Planner 1, the beginning salary is $14.09 and midpoint is $17.14. So it was already above the midpoint. So working with the finance department and with the planning department, we wanted to get somebody with a little bit more experience and pay them what they're worth versus starting them off at $16.44. So yes, the monies are currently in the budget.
Okay. Is there a motion, Commissioners?
So moved.
I will go ahead and second. Any other discussion? If not, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Okay, we'll move on then to item 10, Budget Matters, Discussion, Consideration, Decisions regarding the following. Request for approval of a budget adjustment for the County Treasurer's budget. Mr. Cordova, welcome again.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we probably have a few more budget matters than usual. It's that time of the year where we're beginning our new budget and we're already getting that started. So just a quick update, we're having our first preliminary revenue projection meeting this Wednesday with the assessor's office, and from there it all starts rolling out. So the first budget adjustment we're looking for today is in the treasurer's office. The treasurer would like to put some more money into temporary positions along with all of the FICA requirements on that, taking it out of maintenance contracts and other contractual services. She does understand that this isn't a reoccurring money, so it's a temporary position that she's going to use to help her staff when they start taking their vacation time. She wants to make sure that she's staffed appropriately for that time of year, early June, when everybody has time to take. And then they're also requesting an increase in their employee training by $100, which they'll take out of mileage reimbursement, and I think that's so that they can attend the NMAC summer. It says spring on there, but I think they mean summer. So. Down for any questions.
Chairman.
I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Item B?
Mr. Chairman, item B is an adjustment to the DWI budget. When we did the budget last year, the commission went ahead and approved a $6,000 award to CAV. The DWI has a specific budget for domestic violence, and DWI coordinator Herbert Valdez went ahead and agreed to take that budget on for this year so that we could give CAV the $6,000, and it didn't come out of the general fund. So it was one of those win-win. They still get their funds, and what we're asking for today is a budget adjustment to bring it back up to the $6,000. It's just a little bit short by the amount of $875, and they're taking that out of non-capital furniture and fixtures and equipment. And I do recommend and stand for any questions.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Item C?
Mr. Chairman, item C is a budget adjustment for Latier. It's a FEMA DHS grant that they had received. What Latier Fire Department is asking to do with this is increase their amount of non-capital furniture and fixtures and equipment. They got permission from the grantee to go ahead and purchase workout equipment. I guess part of the grant was to buy gym memberships at different places. Obviously, Latier's not close to any mainstream gym. The gym they were using went out of business, and so they did receive approval from the grant to buy this equipment, and now we're just adjusting their budget in order to do it, and they're taking it out of other contractual services.
So moved, Chair.
Yeah. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Discussion, go ahead.
Mr. Cordova, will these be tagged, as, what are they called, capital?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes. We'll make sure that when we do tag them as inventory assets, and we'll take account of them on a yearly basis and make sure that they stay there for the use of the Latier Fire Department. And I do believe if they were open to it, they could extend the use to maybe the other surrounding volunteer fire departments and maybe our EMS if they so chose to do that. But it would have to.
And the reason I ask is, when we start purchasing things like this, and then we're not accounted for, they've become audit findings, and we just, again, don't want to.
And on that note, I would like to mention we're starting our asset counts already for the end of the budget year, and one of our directives is to hit every single fire district out there. We are going to go ahead and walk into every one of them and make sure we have everything and everything is tagged correctly. So I do appreciate your concern.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Request for approval of a budget adjustment for the indigent fund, item D.
The request for the indigent fund is in order to be able to fund some more of the temporary position through the end of the year. We're taking the money out of a budget category or line item called mental health, which hasn't been utilized in many years. Looking back on the last 3-4 budgets, they never touched that line item. So we're putting the money into the temporary position to get through the budget year. And I do recommend approval.
Okay.
And just want to ask our county manager, we have a temporary position that's being filled there, and that is something that we need?
Yes, that is correct. I don't see it going past the end of the year as far as that position goes. But again, we're still entering all that information into the computer system, making sure everything's up to standards for that, and that we also address all the issues, reference the audit that were deficiencies throughout the last audit cycle.
So move for approval.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Next item, E, request for approval of budget adjustment to the County Administrative Judicial Complex Fund.
Mr. Chairman, the purpose of this budget adjustment, if you recall, early on in the budget year, we did allocate $400,000 out of our 103 fund for the use of construction of the planning building to convert it to a 911. Since that time to now, the budget has been changed in terms of using it for the equipment. So what we're doing now is moving the $400,000 you originally allocated into equipment and machinery, taking it out of the building and structure, and then a DFA resolution that I will present a little later on will also increase the amount to match the 1.1 million everyone talks about as our budget for the equipment and machinery. So I stand for any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Barodi.
Mr. Cordova, I know that there's going to have to have some money allocated over there because there's going to be some work that's going to be like the safe, I believe, and a couple other things. Well, then we have to budget money back over there. Is that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, we came to you a few meetings ago. Gina Elam presented the excess fund from the construction. That budget is what we're using to do the construction and upgrades to the planning building for the sheriff move. So all that has been budgeted within that 3401 account, which is the excess from the construction. So we have taken care of the construction. That was a allowable use of it. We felt that was a better use for it so that we could do the equipment out of the 103.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a motion?
No.
I'll go ahead and move for approval. Is there a second?
Second?
Okay. Any other comments, discussion? Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay. Item F, request for approval of budget adjustment for the Housing Fund, Section 8.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is the first time we've done an adjustment for housing this year. Coming down to the end, we have a pretty good idea what we need to adjust. So we're adding 11,000 to temporary positions. We're adding some money to per diem, maintenance of building and structures. The addition for professional services is to address what I had mentioned earlier in terms of fixing our audit issues. We're going to engage our fee accountant, Axiom CPAs, and they will go ahead and take care of all those audit issues to give us the best chance at a clean audit. We're increasing employee training. We had to increase electricity, full-time positions. We're taking all of this out of full-time position, contractual water treatment plant, and there was excess money from the NMAC property insurance. So we're clearing those accounts. And that is just in regards to the low rent budget. The bottom part of this is Section 8, and it's quite similar to temporary positions, per diem, maintenance, professional services, employee training, and all that's coming out of full-time positions. We had excess in full-time positions because we weren't fully staffed anytime during the year. we were serving or filling some of the positions with temps, or we were just making the staff work much harder than they probably should have if we could have been fully staffed. So I recommend approval, and I stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just to note, this does not come out of our general fund. This is actually out of the HUD funding, federal funds.
Okay, move for approval.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Request for approval of a budget adjustment to the County Attorney Fund, 101-1020.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we're requesting to move money into temporary positions, taking it out of full-time positions to finish off the budget year with the Assistant County Attorney. And there is sufficient savings within the budget for that. And I recommend approval.
I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Item H, request for approval of a budget adjustment for the County Manager's Office.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we're putting $1,500 into transportation, taking it out of per diem, and then we're adding $1,000 into subscription and dues, taking it out of other contractual services. The transportation's to give the manager enough money to attend the final few meetings and NMAC conference throughout the budget year, and there was plenty of savings in per diem to do that. And then the subscription and dues is for, I believe, the Enchanted Circle, in that, so that we're taking that out of other contractual services where we had some savings as well. I do recommend approval.
Sorry. That was a $1,000 item that was due to the Enchanted Circle.
I do believe that was a specific reason for this, but it is to address, I believe, that exact issue.
Move for approval.
Second.
Clerk?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Request for approval of budget adjustment for the Finance Department. Mr. Cordova?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, let me clarify that this is actually for the Human Resources Department. And what we're doing is adding money into non-capital equipment, taking it out of temporary positions for the purpose of purchasing a new computer for our HR specialist.
This particular 101?
Yes.
1010?
Yes, sir.
Human Services. Okay. We can act on that, Mr. Malone, considering that it's labeled as Finance Department?
Mr. Chairman, I think that it's okay with the correction.
Okay. Move for approval? Okay, I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Item J, request for approval of budget adjustment for the County Commission. Mr. Cordova?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we're moving just over $2,500 into printing and publishing. We're taking it out of professional services, and I do believe this is also for advertisements to promote the county.
Okay. Advertisements where?
I believe that this may have been the Taos News.
The full page? The
full page that we went ahead and did to promote all the accomplishments of the county this year and the accomplishments of the commission.
I'll move.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second. Madam Clerk?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. We'll move on to DFA Resolution Number 35, 2013, 2014 FYA resolution requesting to adjust the fiscal year, the final budget for the equipment and machinery to account for purchases related to the E911 Central Dispatch operations. Mr. Cordova?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, as I mentioned in the budget adjustment, this is to increase the total amount in equipment and machinery to the 1.1 million total. It's a 700,000 increase at this time to the budget. We have to do a DFA resolution as opposed to the budget adjustment because you haven't budgeted it prior. But this will free up the money to be used for that purpose, and I stand for any questions.
Any questions, Commissioners? Comments? If not, is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
I'll go ahead and second.
Wait, hold on just a second. We're on K, right?
Correct.
Just want to make sure on something. Hold on. I'll have to recuse myself from that one.
I'll make the motion in Chairman Baroni's stead.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second. Any other discussion? If not, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes.
Recuse myself.
Yes. Okay. On to item L, DFA Resolution number 36, resolution requesting to transfer temporary cash from the general fund to the New Mexico Energy Minerals Grant number 13-2-1044 fund. Upon reimbursement and grant close out, the temporary loan will be transferred back to the general fund. Mr. Cordova, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is in regards to the NFL thinning grant that Ms. Padilla is administering. Her original request when the grant was approved was a $50,000 temp loan. The county did give her that temp loan. She was able to begin the reimbursement process. However, with the number of contractors we have, the amount that they bill per transaction, it did require a little bit more upfront to keep the ball rolling. And so this $50,000 would be the max amount we would need. We would only pull what would be needed per payable run to make sure the contractors are paid. And so I do recommend approval on this, and I do not hope to pull the entire $50,000 at any time, but it's just basically a line of credit from the county to make sure that this does continue to roll and we don't have any more snags.
Didn't we approve this in our last?
Because we didn't have it in the form of a DFA resolution, which it wasn't an official, we weren't able to actually move the money.
Oh.
So we did have one more week where we had a bit of a hiccup, and so it wasn't an official, it should have been done this way at the last meeting, so
okay.
We're taking care of that now.
So moved.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Cordova. Item 11, County Manager's Report and Matters, Discussion, Consideration, Decisions regarding the following. Item A, names of attendees at the NMAC Annual Conference in Luna County. This is June 17th through the 19th of this
That's
year.
correct. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm stand before you to ask to see which members of the Commission would actually like to attend this conference. We're in the process of early registering for the conference and would like to register the Commissioners if they are able to attend the conference.
I'm on the board of the NMAC, so I'll be going.
Okay. It's in Lordsburg.
Where is it? I don't think I'll be able to make it.
Deming, New Mexico, yes. It'll be a little hot, but it'll be very nice. It's a good conference to attend. Anybody else going to attend? Commissioner Romero and...
I would, Bob, turn to Bob. You know, there's 3 of us that are like termed. Would we be eligible to attend if we would like?
You're still eligible. It's up to your discretion.
I can't give you an answer today.
Okay, if you would just let me know, that would be great. Commissioner Sanchez, yes, and you're also on the multi-line also, because they'll also be having voting and meeting on several issues down there, so that'll be good. Commissioner Blankenhorn, you'll let me know? Or?
I don't think I'll be able to make it.
Okay.
What's the last date? I guess I can do it anytime I want if I pay for myself. But
well, anytime within the next week or so. Like I said, we're doing the registration right now for the commissioners, so we'd like to get that going. Commissioner Brown, let me know. So I have Commissioner Romero, Commissioner Sanchez. You stand for any questions on this, if the commission has anything else?
Steve, do you know, is that a Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, or what days of the week is that?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Hold on. It's all right. We'll talk about it after the meeting. It's all right.
I believe it's a Tuesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
right.
That area.
Travel day would be on Tuesday.
What was the dates?
It's about a 6-hour drive.
Let me see.
19th? That's so Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Wednesday, Thursday?
Right. Okay, Commissioners, the second item that we have under the manager's report is actually a proclamation which you've seen and is in front of you for support of national service. This is again in support of Rocky Mountain Youth Corps and what Rocky Mountain Youth Corps does. By the commission supporting this, they also puts them in the running for some funds, again, to make sure that some of the kids that work on trails fire-wise issues and stuff during the summer are there. So I ask for your approval on this proclamation to support of national service for Rocky Mountain Youth Corps.
I move, Chairman.
I'll go ahead and second.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, report on the tower at the Old Armory.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Gonzalez, who is representing his family on the tower at the Old Armory. In my conversations with Mr. Gonzalez, he basically has not given up hope of trying to at some point or at some time hang some type of antenna on that tower. I advised the Gonzalez family that the Commission's initiative at this point is to move forward to actually remove that tower from that area if possible, or to possibly break the lease if that was the case. We've discussed certain options available to him. You know, the family has done this towers, you know, around the state of New Mexico or northern New Mexico, and I asked him if maybe there was an alternative location where they could possibly move the tower to. We've also gave them some other possible locations where they could possibly move the tower to. The family tells me that they have about $500,000 invested in this tower at this point when they have all the legal fees and everything that's there. The family felt that by hiring a engineer and a company to erect the tower and do it, that they thought it was legal and everything was proper. Come to find out that Taos Pueblo did not have notification of the tower. And so that's where the holdup has been. So they keep the fight and they keep moving forward and wanting to continue to keep that tower, but at this point we're actually looking at alternatives for them to move that tower to another location. In my conversations with them, they also advised that Taos Pueblo had said if they would move that tower 1.5 miles up the Arroyo Seco Road, away from the armory, away from their view shed, that they would not contest that. But when they approached Upper Los Colonias Neighborhood Association about that, they were basically told no, that they didn't want it in that neighborhood or up in that area. So that's where we are. I stand for any questions from the commission at this point. Mr. Gonzalez was going to look at some of the proposed locations, and also we gave him some names of different entities that were out there, and some in Amaya and Costilla in your area for some of the cell towers they're looking at putting up there. We also gave him the name of the RCCLA. I know that the one at the RCCLA was the temporary tower. They're looking at making it permanent, but that one was only 100-foot. This is actually a 150-foot tower in height. Do you have any questions from the commission?
Chairman?
Mr. Sanchez?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Archuleta, I met with the people up there, Wild Horse Mesa, and I know we had talked to the 3 counties, southern Colorado, that came down here to touch on what we could do to be good neighbors. And I'm bringing this idea up that maybe we could, if everything were to work out, if we could relocate that tower up to that area, knowing some people up in the Wild Horse Mesa. The cell service is really bad, and just talking to a gentleman there in Questa that works on stuff like that, 911 calls, he says it'd probably be a good move to put it in that area. That way it would cover the Amalia, the San Antonio Mountains. So I don't know if there's something that the commission may consider. I've got the area there. I know the owner of the property in New Mexico and in Colorado, and maybe get those San Luis commissioners on board with us to support us with that. And I think it's a win-win. It'd be a safety for everybody. We got the place to put it. You know, if that's depending on Mr. Gonzalez, what he wants to do. But that's something to throw out there.
Commissioner Sanchez, that would be great if you could get me the name and phone number. We'll coordinate that conversation, and then we'll also call the county commission up in Colorado and see if they're amenable to assisting in this process, because again, it's a huge investment for this family that they've been sitting on for over, I think, 12 years right now. And like I said, it's $500,000. But I also know that the commission has asked staff to make sure that that tower comes down or is removed from that view shed for Taos Pueblo. So we're trying to diligently work on those alternatives. So
Mr.
please.
Archuleta, I will get you the numbers of the commissioners in San Luis. And also I'll include Jim Vaughn. I talked to Mark Flores on this issue here a while back. And he, as you're thinking, it's a great idea. You know, I think the people there in the Wild Horse Mesa, I was up there, I got friends up there, I went to visit with them, and cell service is bad, and I guess I'm looking at the safety issue. That might just be something, and we did meet with the commissioners in Southern Colorado. I think this is a good neighbor thing that we could all come together and support one another. Thank you.
Commissioners, although, you know, I like the idea, we also need to be careful that it I believe, needs to go through the planning process.
Correct. Yes.
And eventually it could come before the commission if the case was appealed. So the commissioners need to be careful in not getting involved in the process, since now, you know.
That's why I asked if we could.
Archuleta,
yes.
And you can take it on from here.
I just want to second the chairman's concern that because this would ultimately at the planning stage be a quasi-judicial proceeding, anybody that had been involved in the effort would need to recuse themselves.
And yeah, I mean, I fully support the idea. It's been a thorn on the commission for many years now. And excuse me, it was done without Taos Pueblo approval. Could have done and happened, and hopefully in an effort to be good neighbors and with everyone involved in this matter, that the Gonzalez family can agree to taking it down once and for all, and hopefully look at relocating it elsewhere. And I know that Mark Flores from our General Services Department is also involved in the matter because he's related to the family, and so hopefully he can help in the communication between the county and family, the Gonzalez family.
Mark has been very instrumental in helping set up the times and getting them down here to meet with us, and so it has helped. But we do have an open dialogue going at this point, and I think that hopefully we can move this along as time goes on.
I forgot Mr. Thielke.
A historical reminder, Mr. Chair. This tower was affectionately referred to as the Morrison Tower. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Thanks. Does anybody remember who was responsible to provide that notice to the Pueblo?
It's my understanding from the conversations with Mr. Gonzalez that actually the contracting agency that built the tower, and he gave me the name, I have it written down upstairs, I don't remember what it was, but it was an engineer company, was actually the one that was providing all the notices. He thought, and even once the tower was erected and he was making negotiations with Verizon and AT&T at the time, that all the notices had been given. Unfortunately, at that point, it was pointed out to him from Verizon that no notice was given to Taos Pueblo. 6 months later, they actually approached the Pueblo in trying to get authorization for that. And initially, we're told that wasn't going to be a problem, but then it became a problem shortly after that.
A little bit of history on it, and I'll keep it clean. Is that the transaction of the land, the 10 acres where the new National Guard Armory sits now on County Road C-110, was owned by the county, and so the National Guard and the county had a trade-off agreement to where that land, the 10 acres, was going to be exchanged for the old armory building. It took a year, months for sure, for the transaction to be completed, and the whole idea behind that was that the family wanted the tower to get approved by the National Guard Armory folks before the transaction of land actually took place. And then once that was complete, the transfer of land or the exchange actually happened. And so I guess the intent was that by doing that, by the government being able to handle the construction of the tower, that they felt they didn't have to go before anyone from the public, nor the neighborhood associations or the Pueblo or anyone. Little did they know that it was going to be on the viewshed of the Pueblo. And the tower itself was built on a Good Friday. I remember it was like over 1 weekend that it was built, and I remember tons and tons of calls coming into the commission as to who had given permission for that to be built, especially from the neighborhood associations. And so we were all, by the time that came to the commission officially, the then county manager, Sammy Montoya, said that he had already signed off on the deal, and it was a done deal, and that we had to kind of live with it. Little did they know that the federal government and the Pueblo were going to get involved in the battle, and that's what put a stop to it. And it probably will not be able to get used ever, just because of the fact that it's never received that approval from the federal government.
And I hope we can work out a better deal than $500,000.
Yeah.
You basically alluded to they have $500,000 in it. If we're going to relocate it, I'm sure that's what they're wanting. So in fact, that's a deal breaker.
Well, actually, the $500,000, Commissioner, that's not what it cost them to build it. It was what they have invested in it through attorney fees, trying to fight to be able to recoup some of their money of what they put into that. There was no discussion at all of us actually paying for that. What we were trying to do is ultimately help them find a relocation site for that. At some point, if they come back to us, then we'll come to the commission for a policy decision on that if we should help in that process, but that has not been discussed at this point.
And yeah, I remember the number of $200,000 being invested into it initially. I don't know if that was a correct.
That was for actually
figure.
the tower, that's correct, but they've actually invested in Washington attorneys, is my understanding, to fight the Interior Department in Washington, D.C. On trying to locate that tower, or trying to have the use of that tower.
Commissioner.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it would be great to use that asset. There's certainly places that need the additional coverage, but ultimately it was their agent that failed, I think, to provide the notice. They were under contract with the engineers, and so I don't know for sure, and Bob, you probably couldn't give a definitive answer, but it seems to me at least a little bit relevant as we go forward. Obviously, we're trying to do this cooperatively, but it is a little bit relevant to find out who dropped the ball on the original notice.
I actually have that name, and I can get that to the commission as to who the engineering company was that dropped the ball that didn't get that signature off from Taos Pueblo.
I don't think it was ever intended to notify anybody. It was just built.
So,
and as I understand it, and Mr. Malone, I don't know if you've reviewed those documents, that lease agreement, but I believe Taos County was given a percentage of that tower. I'm not sure if that's.
I don't know the answer to that question. I have reviewed them, but it was a long time ago, and so I don't know the answer to that question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Well, I think an attempt was made to short circuit the proper notice, and I do think that that culpability falls on the tower owners, not on the county. It wasn't like the county failed to provide notice. So,
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, Commissioner Blankenhorn, I don't think we're talking about notice for a land use approval. This was on state property when it was built.
No, I know. It's in order to get federal
FCC approval.
FCC approval, right. The Pueblo needed to be notified.
And it would not have been the county's responsibility at that time to get FCC approval one way or the other.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
No more questions? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Archuleta. We'll move on to item 12. Commissioner reports and matters, discussion, considerations, decisions regarding the following. Item A, Commissioner Sanchez, Questa Fire Department Building.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, Manager, Attorney, got a gentleman from Questa that they purchased this building about 10 years ago, my understanding, and nothing's been done with it. So he was wondering if he could buy it, or if he can't buy it, he'll charge us storage for the building for being there for that long. So I just need to find out what we need to do with that building. Mr. Archuleta, I don't know what has been there in his property for 10 years, storage.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm not aware of this actual building. It's a steel building, is my understanding. It's
Correct.
sitting on somebody's private property as a storage and has been there for 10 years, and the county's hasn't paid any rent on that or anything, is what he's saying, and now he wants to purchase that building. It would be something that we would have to research, Commissioner. We would have to find out where exactly those funds came from, and then we would, I'm not sure we could even sell that at that point, but we would have to remove that off the property and make sure it's properly stored or erected.
Mr. Chairman, there are, depending upon the nature of the property, there's statutory requirements for the disposal of county property. We couldn't just go to one person and agree to sell it to him without going through the statutory process. So if that's to be seriously considered, we have to do some research into, as Mr. Archuleta said, how it was funded and so forth and so on. But I'm assuming from what's been said that it's currently county property.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, also, I know that this had happened to the one in Amalia, Richard, and we had a lot of rust on that, and it created a problem. So I'm sure this was no different, you know, so we may not even be able to use it for fire department. I don't know. Correct.
Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, I guess, yeah, about 10 years ago or so, it's a small building, it's a single stall, three-sided building that was purchased for the Questa Firehouse addition. The fire chief enlisted our support to help him get building permits and engineer drawings and everything. Part of the problem was that there wasn't sufficient property, and the way the septic was set up. We did get a architect involved with it to help him get the documentation together for them to erect it. But there were additional issues besides the septic. We were able to work around the septic system, around the fire codes for the building, and then there was an easement issue with the adjoining property to the Questa Community Center. And my understanding, the fire chief was going to get the easements, and he couldn't get the easements. We had survey work done. The project's probably architecturally, probably 50% complete, but my understanding from the fire chief was that now RCCLA was willing to give him a couple acres on the east side of Questa, right there by where you turn off to go to the dump, where it's right on the curve by the head gate. So that project was just kind of stopped. I've never seen the building. I don't know where it's located, but I guess that's the building we're talking about, and it's a probably 20 by 40 building maybe. I'd have to look at my notes, but it was a single stall building to be attached to their existing firehouse.
And Chairman, Commissioners, I guess we'll just wait and see what.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Richard, if you could get me somewhat of some paperwork as to who that was purchased from, what funds that came from, if we know the approximate time frame, we can research that, Mr. Commissioner, and see what we can do about that. But again, there's, if that building was purchased with county funds, there's a disposal process in that. If the individual's wanting to charge, we may have to remove that as quickly as possible to county property so that we don't have that happening out there. I'm not sure if there was anything in writing, if there was anything put into place at the time.
And this just came before me here the other day. That's why I put it on the agenda, because I wasn't sure as to how to pursue it.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. I think it was purchased around the same time that the Amalia Community Switch was, probably now about 12 years ago. But it was purchased, some package deals or something, and the Costilla Firehouse purchased that one, and then we purchased the one for the Amalia Senior Center, Community Center, and they just kept putting it on hold, putting it on hold, putting it on hold. And then a few years back, I was approached, and I was helping them work through all the details, and then they just kind of put it on hold again and decided to. Well, Rio Costilla offered them some more property, which turns out needs a few $100,000 worth of site work to get it ready also. So I don't know where they're at right now. I haven't spoken with the fire chief in a while.
And Mr. Sanchez, if you need the individual's number, I'll be glad to supply you with that. I'll give you that
Mr. Lovato? Or,
Mr. Salazar.
Oh, Mr. Salazar, okay. Is it Larry Salazar?
Cipriano.
Oh, no, I don't know. Oh, I do know Cipriano, but I don't have his number.
That's the gentleman that called me on this matter. Thank you, Richard.
Mr. Sanchez, if you could work with, I'm sending an email right now to Mr. Alan Sanchez also. He should be on top of this to see what's going on.
Okay,
Thank you.
I do have my files, okay.
Thank you, Manager.
And Mr. Sanchez, the community center,
yes, sir,
building up in Amalia, what's the story on that?
Okay, currently, speaking in the last meeting we had with them, I explained to them that because of 911, my attention has been focused 100% here on 911. We did have $8,000 in the original grant monies. We purchased, got quotes and purchased our framing package and some other materials for the inside because we want a general that we need to get all our pieces there because we can't go out and purchase stuff. We're waiting for the rest of their grant to come. There's a $150,000 grant. I know I was speaking to Anita today that it still hasn't gone through the process, so we don't have funds to access it because the next thing for us to do is do some structural corrections on the building itself and do the rust remediation, which requires some additional components, and until we get some more funding, there's not much we can do on that. The other thing was I didn't want to get temporary heat and electricity in there when we couldn't work in there and we didn't have the funds, and I explained that to them. Now that the springtime is coming, 911's rolling forward. I hope to be done with 911 out of my hair midsummer and focus my attention on Amalia. Even before that, as soon as we get the grant money, there's things that we can do without the building permit and whatnot, like the rust remediation and some of the structural stuff, but we don't have any of the funding in place yet.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, also, I had brought up, Richard, sometime back, of maybe changing the locks on the doors because everybody's got keys out
Mark
there.
was working on that, and I'll touch base with him.
Thank you.
So all of the inventory, all of the materials, insulation, I think there were some water heaters and other mechanical stuff in there. That's all being protected so that it doesn't walk away, or?
It's locked. The building is locked up, and only the community. There's one community member that has a key besides us, which they shouldn't have, because under construction there shouldn't be anybody in there besides the contractor or the owner of the building, which is Taos County. So we're in the process of getting some more locks, the locks changed out up there.
And was it ever decided as to what the use of the building was going to be?
From my understanding, what they want to do is a community center. Because of the occupancy loads required for that building, it requires a sprinkler system. Because there's not a domestic water up there, that would require somewhere between 10 and 20,000 gallon storage tanks, a generator, pump, all kinds of stuff. I've spoken to the state fire marshal. I've also spoken to the state building inspectors, and they're willing to work with us if we build a 2-hour fire separation to separate the large assembly area from the classrooms, bathroom, kitchen area. And that framing material is in place. The architect of record is willing to do some of the work pro bono on the wall design for us, and so we are moving it forward, but it's more funding than anything else. That grant was, I know they got the grant sometime last year, but the wheels of DFA grind slow. So
there's no, I mean, I just want to make sure that we don't lose that funding.
No, Anita's on top of it, and she's constantly calling them, and as soon as they get it, we have places where we can start using it right away. It's not like it's going to, it's not going to slip through our fingers.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, just to ease your mind, we have 3 years in order to use that.
Can read my mind.
We have 3 years to use that funding, but we are scheduled to try to get that completed by December of this year.
Okay.
That's my goal.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's it. Commissioners?
Chairman, can we take a 5-minute break?
Okay. Motion? Is that a formal
Yes.
motion? I'll second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Motion to come back, Chairman.
Okay. I'll go ahead and second. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, we'll move on then to the update on the land use regulations. I don't know why my name is on it, but I did ask that it be put on the, actually, we'll move on to item 12, which is item B, 12B, letter of support for Amigos Bravos, the Beautiful Midden Art Placement America Grant. And there is a document, a letter of support. I don't know if it's on the agenda.
I don't see it as an attachment, and I haven't seen it, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman.
Signed off on it.
And I believe I signed off on that already.
Okay.
The commissioners may have signed it. And basically what it is that we are supporting the recommendation for funding of the Amigos Bravos Beautiful Midden project. And we're readily offering our advocacy and support for this, for the efforts of this project. I know that the Amigos Bravos is involved with it. They have a long track record of successfully bringing divergent cultures together to strategize and meet shared difficulties. And this letter of support is towards some funding that they're wanting to get so that they can work more on their cultural project with regards to solid waste and other issues that they're
Chairman,
handling.
I think this has to do with that beautiful piece of art that's in the hallway there.
Correct.
I think those young people that came and did the presentation to us, I think it's based on that, and that's kind of the way they're moving, and this is an opportunity for them to get some grant money to continue to do that type of work. And I think, you know, we need to recognize those young people in our community, and if we can help in any way, I think this is a good avenue for us to proceed. So I do recommend, or I don't know if it needs a motion or if it just needs direction from the commission to go ahead and move forward with this letter of recommendation or letter of support.
I think a motion would be appropriate.
That's
If so,
form of motion.
so moved.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, we'll move on then to the update on the land use regs and the timeline. Mr. Archuleta?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, basically at this point, as you know, we've been in a little bit of a transition in Taos County with Mr. Bellis moving on to the city. We did have a portion that Mr. Nathan Sanchez from our planning department has been working on, and then we were also waiting for Mr. Bellis to give us the last piece of information that he has so that we can put that together and move that forward. We should have a better idea of that by the end of the week. Once we get that information in, then we'll get it over to legal for review eventually, and then we'll bring that in front of the commission so that we can continue moving forward in this. Because of the transition, I know that there's been about a week and a half of some loss of time there, but we do expect to continue moving forward with this. And like I said, Mr. Sanchez has been working on his portion. Mr. Bellis is going to give us all the information that he has up to date, and then we'll go forward from there.
I guess what I would like to see is that this be done within the next 60 days, if that is possible. I remember running for county commissioner 2 years ago, and it was like one of the biggest topics of discussion. And here we are, another election cycle, and still talking about it. And I understand that there's been some changes in staffing and all that good stuff. but I really feel that we owe it to our residents to get it done. There's a lot of situations arising in the county with regards as to how things are being built and things are getting done. And they're happening because we don't have the proper tools to be able to protect what we have as far as natural resources are concerned. So I just want to see it done within the next 60 days. In my opinion, that's what I am demanding at this point as a one commissioner with one vote. Commissioner
Chairman,
Sanchez.
Commissioners, also, I, on the other hand, am looking at it differently.
No.
I'm getting a lot of feedback from my constituents. They want more time on this. So,
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just to update on you also, we've had a request by several individuals and constituents from the community. We've also had a request from the radio station that we go over the changes. We've started that process also. Actually, Mr. Sanchez was on the radio this morning during the start of our commission meeting, spent 2 hours on the radio actually explaining some of the land use, and then we will continue that process until we go through that. But that's at the request also of the constituents and the radio stations to do that, to get the information out. So we stand for more direction from the commission, but we will get this.
Which radio station was it?
It's KXMT? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, so I'd like an estimate of when it will come back to us on the agenda to set a hearing date. My understanding is that after the work study, we went through all of the issues that were potentially controversial. You got direction from the board. And so it was my impression at that point that there was just some cleanup work to do, nothing major, but some cleanup work to be done by staff. And then it would come back to the commission and we would set a hearing date, right? That's the next step.
That's correct.
The next step is to bring the document back to the commission. And I want to know when it's going to come back to the commission. I want to know when you're going to bring that document back so that we can set a hearing date.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Commissioner Blankenhorn, I think that if we actually get it to legal by Monday, then Mr. Malone can give you an interpretation of his time frame to review that. Once that's been reviewed by legal, then we can get it on the next commission meeting as soon as that's back from that. I know that Bob has a lot of things on his desk and we have a lot of contracts and those kind of things. So if staff completes their portion by Monday and gets that on his desk, Bob, do you think you'll be able to review it sometime within the next week or so, or what time frame are you looking at?
I think that we can try to get the next time that it comes in front of the commission in the 2 weeks from now, but depending upon, there are some major changes that people were working on. And just to fill out the gaps here, after the work study session, Nathan and Rick Bellis and I met and divided up the changes. The legal changes that fell in my bailiwick were completed several weeks ago. I'm waiting on the other 2 sets of changes, and until I see them, I don't know if I can get them in 2 weeks or 4 weeks. But if we do 4 weeks, we get within the 60 days that that Chairman Romero was talking about.
60 days was very generous. What are we working on at this point? Which issues are we still working on?
I can describe them generally, but the ones that are still being worked on are not on my plate, Commissioner, so I can't give you the detail.
That's what I meant. No, the ones. Thank you, Nathan.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Baroni. Yeah, actually I had a submittal by a constituent that did a thorough review, 9 pages, section, page, and it's real helpful. I mean, he's correcting spelling, he corrected word phrasing. It's actually real comprehensive, and I'll be done with that by the end of today. And it added to the other work that I was working on that we discussed with Bob and Mr.
Yeah, I'm familiar with those
So
corrections.
my changes will be done today on that part, and then when I'll work with Mr. Ballas and we'll finish the sections that we need to work on.
Those are the ones I'm concerned about. Yeah, I mean, I was aware of that submittal, but I think a lot of that was before Bob did his.
Actually, I didn't receive it till like last week.
So I'm glad to hear that that was helpful and that it's almost done.
Yes.
But then as far as what you and Mr. Bellis have to work on, I'm still not clear which sections, what's the substantive changes that you have to make?
They're not. The changes that we're working on are in section Article 5. We're rewording some of the agriculture and some of the historical data. So, and the section, then we did work on some other sections that we felt they fit in a better place within the document, that where they, in the review process. So, but those are done. So we have minimal changes.
Thank you.
So maybe 45 days.
We will have a document to him by Friday, and then whatever time legal needs.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Malone doesn't even have some of the stuff he needs to review, and some of my constituents are calling on behalf that they're still puzzled at what's going on. You know, we need to make sure that we follow through and support my constituents up in the north. It's going to impact them. I don't want to go vote on something that's going to hurt them, so we got to really don't push it so fast. Let's slow down and make sure we're doing the right thing for our constituents.
Mr. Sanchez, Commissioner Sanchez, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sanchez, yeah, I have both the people that you had contact me on, and I'm just waiting on them to set up a meeting, and I'll be glad to go whenever they set it up. So they're working on that.
Commissioner Baroni.
And Chairman, and you know, we've been working on this for a little over 7 years now, and you know, I think we're due. The time is up. Let's put it out. Hopefully, we can vote on publication here shortly, within 45 to 60 days. If you need to have a meeting every day in Questa for the next 30 days, have them there.
Okay.
So that people can be comfortable with what they're voting on. You know, I think we need to move forward on this. I think it's drug on long enough. I want to know if there's going to be, if I have a piece of property in town, and I want to know if there's going to be a junkyard next door, and that's the type of thing we're protecting. We're protecting the acequias. I think everybody in this room wants to protect the acequias, and by not moving this forward, we're not going to protect the acequias. So, I mean, if you vote no on the land use, you're saying the acequias don't matter, and the acequias do matter in our community. So we need to move forward. We need to have land use ready to go, and we're, you know, it's due time.
Yeah, and I've added a lot of the acequia information that has been submitted also.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we got it back by the next regular meeting, then we would meet the 45-day schedule for our actual hearing on passage. If not, if staff's unable to complete the work by the next meeting, which is 2 weeks from today, then I guess we would be at the first meeting in May, huh?
Correct. So my understanding is Mr. Ballas is still going to help with this, correct? Okay.
And Mr. Ballas is going to give us his final revisions of what he has. Then we'll turn it over to legal, and we're waiting for those. Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, I've mentioned to some of you individually that my wife had to leave today because her mother is possibly on her deathbed, and if that does happen and I have to go, it's going to change whatever I said.
Okay. 46 days it is. Any other discussion? Thank you very much, Mr. Archuleta. The update on the proposed animal control ordinance and the timeline, I put that on the agenda based on the discussion that we had at our last meeting. I was wondering if there was anything new on that one.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, there has been a couple of new developments. The actual board of the animal ordinance has had somewhat of a falling out. I've been meeting with them, and we're trying to put that all back together. What's happened is that a couple of individuals from the board have actually proposed some language to the ordinance that wasn't actually adopted and approved by the full board. What the commission had presented in front of them was that documented itself. I've asked to meet with the board members, which I have done, and basically I have a list of items now that have actually come to my attention as to that the board has not approved on. I'm trying to get quorum by the board in order for them to approve those full measures before I send them to legal. I do not want, and I explain this to both of them, is that I do not want to send these to legal without full board approval from the Animal Ordinance Board, because then people are going to say that we're approving something that wasn't voted on by the full board or that they didn't have quorum on. And so there is an issue there. I have been working with them over the last week on that. I do have emails for the commission. If you wish to see those, I could make those available to you so that you can know to what level some of the issues and problems are. But we are working through those, and I hope to bring those to legal within the next week or so that they can do their review of those ordinances.
Thank you, Mr. Archuleta. The item 12E, joint meeting between Taos County and the town of Taos, possible items for discussion and collaboration.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, in your packets of information, as you've seen, we've provided, I believe, 14 or 15 items for the commission to consider. This is a possible town and county issues discussion and collaboration. The staff would like direction at this point. Reference, do we want to talk about all those items? Do we want to prioritize those items so that we could get back with the city council on that? We also would like to have that meeting that's scheduled for Thursday, I believe it's the 10th off the top of my head, to be an all-day meeting so that we can get us through as many of these issues as possible. So I wait for direction from the commission and see if there's any additions or deletions to the list that was provided to the commissioners.
Mr. Commissioners, I appreciate the list of items that are on there. I would like to, I do see the planning and building item on there, which is, I believe, item 7. But I would like under C, 7C, to throw in animal control. If, I'm still on that animal control idea of taking it away from the sheriff's department, but at the same time, it would be really great to see collaboration of animal control efforts between the town and the county. I think the effort would have a lot more punch if there's more people working on animal control from both sides, and so
yes, sir.
Would like to see animal control. How do they feel about an all-day meeting?
Again, Chairman, I think an all-day meeting would be appropriate, but I don't know if we're going to land up losing interest. As the day wears on, your mind start wandering. People, it gets long, and I just don't want to, burden everybody. I think if we can, take some of the top 4 issues, maybe take them in one session, and then and get as far as we can get on them, and then set it up for a next meeting so that we can take the next top issues and work through them, because we've been kicking around I want to say the economic development big. The other thing that we've been working on is the E911 and the annexation, the housing of prisoners, and the water rights. I think those type 5 issues, if we can get through those in one sitting, that's going to be a lot be accomplished. So again, I would take those, maybe those 5 issues, work through them, and then take another batch of them, because I think collaboration and getting us together is going to be the big portion of this and getting us to just make sure we can agree on some issues that we need to move forward on.
Well, Commissioner, there's 14 items on that agenda, and so maybe we could cover the first 7 on that first meeting.
Well, I don't think these were prioritized. I think they were just thrown in there, so I think, you know, I think we can move some of these around. I know Rick is here. I think those 5 issues that I mentioned are kind of the top 5 issues that I think people in the community, us, we need to address. I think they could be costly. You know, they would save people money in the community. They'd save, you know, we're talking about legal fees and stuff like that. I know a lot of things have been put on hold right now, but we want to move forward. We want to make sure that we get these addressed because I think they're kind of time sensitive. You know, the E911, if we're actually coming here, a JPA needs to be created and legal needs some time. I know we just strapped legal here with the land use and now animal control, land use. So Mr. Bellis, you want to weigh in a little bit on this?
I also want to welcome Councillor Hahn as well.
Thank you.
Who's in the audience.
Mr. Chairman, it was our hope that there be a brief, no more than 30-minute presentation in the beginning by a group that put together an economic development, regional economic development plan, which I know some of you have seen, which addresses a lot of these issues, regionalization of services, the airport, annexation. And we thought that it would be helpful to have both bodies hear that and that it was paid for as a economic development element of comprehensive plans and would meet state law. So if both bodies heard that, you could adopt it, and in this case the county would have no cost of having that element done. But it would set an objective foundation by a third party to talk about where we are in the economy, what we can expect, and their recommendations and that have been reviewed by the state as to how we can work together to be more effective in creating jobs and facilities. And it was our hope in speaking with my counterpart at the county, not that we would work these issues out at the meeting, but that we could receive a general consensus and that you could direct staff at both entities to pursue these matters in a general direction, and that we could come back to you within 30 days or at the next meeting to deal with the rest of these issues with some recommendations that you would have a budget line attached to, probable sources of funding, and the legal mechanisms for implementing.
We stand for direction, Mr. Chairman, as to how the commission would like to hand that.
Yeah, I think scheduled for the 10th of
April
this month, it would be great to meet shortly thereafter on the next items that aren't discussed on the list of items that are here on this proposed agenda. I just don't want a whole lot of time to go between those joint meetings. I think it's very important now that the town has a new council and new mayor, and the commission is eager to work with the town, that we meet on these issues just as soon as possible, that we cover all of those items, you know, that the commission is putting on the agenda, as well as the council and the mayor.
Right.
Instead of postponing or tabling or waiting off on it, I want to see us tackling these issues just as quickly as possible.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I can assure you, and as Mr. Bella stated earlier, staff is meeting. Staffs have had several conversations. In fact, there was one, a really great conversation actually yesterday on the E911. I've asked, and Mr. Bellis has asked staff from both the county and the city to put together some recommendations for the council and the commission. We'll be doing a presentation on that and then asking for some guidance and direction from the commission and the council as to how to move forward with that, but we'll also give some ideas of possible avenues for that. Again, myself and Mr. Ballas and the attorneys met, referenced the Taos Regional Airport. We've had some discussions on that. We've also talked about how we can actually tie that in to possibly some of the issues that we're having on the water over the complex. As those mesh in, we can work together on those issues. The jail placement and per diem costs for that has been an ongoing discussion. I think we need to get a little bit more direction in that and to see where the commission wants to go. We've gotten a pretty good idea from the Chief Weaver as to where the town of Taos wants to go and the council wants to go. As you know, this year we worked on economic development jointly, or I'm sorry, capital outlay jointly on Camino del Medio. And again, those are issues that staff continue to work together. We now have $310,000 combined to move those forward. What we want to look at from the commission side and from the council side is also, you know, are we going to look at widening bike trails, those kind of things throughout the whole process? Are we going to acquire land, or are we going to narrow that scope down and do repavement of the thing? So that's the direction that we're looking at. But what I'm getting at, Commissioner Romero, is that we're already talking about all of these things. We have some of those things in place already. We just need some more direction as we move forward in that.
The way I foresee Camino del Medio is that it's got to be a professionally done road facility that is going to serve as a connector of the community. And I was surprised to see that the Taos News already has kind of preliminarily endorsed some sort of, I don't want to call it a bypass, but a relief route or a road facility that will make transportation easier for Taos residents as well as visitors. And the way I see Camino del Medio is basically as a creation of another parallel road facility to State Road 68. And I don't want us to just go in there and throw blacktop on something for the sake of creating another road or you know, having a project that's going to last maybe just a few years. I guess what I envision is a well-designed road that will include the walking facility, which sidewalks, as well as for biking facilities. I mean, the way I see it is, you know, the middle road is a potential to connect C-110, which goes all the way down to the gorge, all the way up into Cañon West that goes into Taos Canyon. And this would provide the ability for locals and people visiting to be able to walk from one end of town to all the way into the gorge if they wanted to, you know, either walk or bike. Pedestrian facilities I think would be great. I think it's good for the economy, it's good for health reasons, and it's good for safety purposes. But within that also bring in a good road facility that everybody can access in order to get to State Road 240, which eventually leads up to Blueberry Hill and on to the other side of Taos. It connects into Paseo del Cañón, which takes people into the hospital if there's an emergency. There's just a lot of benefit to be able to all of us work together on Camino del Medio.
And Commissioner, I think that's exactly what we're talking about, but we need to make sure that that's the council and the commission's initiative to move forward in that. And those are the type of discussions that we want to have, which is going to take dialogue. And I think what Commissioner Barone is saying is that, I mean, we can try to rush through all 14 and 15 items, and we could do an all-day avenue on it, but the reality is, are we really going to do justice to have those type of conversations that you're talking about? Because I understand that's your prerogative, and that's where you want to move forward, but I also have to listen to all the other commissioners and the councilmen.
I think we already talked about the fact that we can divide the agenda into 2 days, 3 days.
So do we want to go ahead and outline what those 5 or 7 items we want to do at this point so that we can get back with the council on that and make sure that they're on board with that?
Well, I think it, as it's listed, it pretty much works out really well. 911, the regional airport, the jail placements and per diem costs. I don't know about item 4, if that can wait. Item 5 should probably be on there, and item 6 should be on there. Like I said, I would throw in at least 7 items.
Is that in the form of a motion, or are we going to vote on it, or do I have other comments from the rest of the commission?
And I guess I think Mr. Bellis made a recommendation that the number 1 item, or there was going to be a presentation at the beginning of the start off of this.
Correct.
Is due to the
and that's item 12.
Item
Yes,
12. So, I think if we can move up that, the other items will be covered in that portion of it.
Yeah, Los Cordobas Transfer Station, I believe can wait. I don't know, there's the Ancianos building. Like I said, it's, I'd like to see 2 joint meetings between the Taos and the county that take place within a matter of weeks of each other versus waiting months to get together again.
Chairman?
Mr. Bellis?
A number of these are budget matters. They'll affect us positively or maybe interconnected. For example, the Main Street Arts and Culture District, Old Courthouse, the state's kind of waiting on us to draw up a contract, and that would require that by July 1, we financially know what's going on those.
Commissioners, so Commissioner Barone, you're saying not to go the full day and rather let's do a 2-hour, correct?
Well, more than a couple of hours, half a day, 5 hours, and if it takes a little longer, well, let's schedule, let's schedule 5 or 6, 4 or 5 hours. If we get out early, well, we get out early, but, if we're gonna, some of these, there might be a lot of discussion.
Remember, Commissioner, there's commissioners at work.
Yes, sir.
And to come up here and sit for 6 hours, whatever, it's not going to happen. We're going to fall asleep.
That's it.
And I like your idea of not going overboard. And
on the other hand, we do have a fairly recently elected mayor and council that campaigned on getting these things done. And as a county commissioner, I am right there. I'm willing to work as hard as we have to get these things done, and the proof is in the pudding, as they say, and so I just want to be able to get some things done for our constituents, the people that put us in these positions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For me, E911, Taos Regional Airport, jail, and the water are the absolutely most important that I think are time sensitive and budget. And of course, Mr. Bellis has already informed us that there was going to be that joint economic presentation at the beginning. And man, if we got through all of those in a day, I would be so happy. But I'm with the rest of the board that we'll just keep it going until we're done. Right? I mean, there'll be a series of meetings. But for me, that first one coming up next Tuesday, I think those are the critical issues that we've been working on for a long time.
Maybe what we can do at this point is set up the next meeting day. We're meeting on the 10th to discuss the initial 5-7 items. Maybe we can set up a joint meeting day right away or off for a few days.
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Well, I look forward to it. It's important work. I think we'll make some progress.
Councillor Hahn, any thoughts?
Thank you, Commissioner, and Commissioners, thank you, and Mr. Sanchez for its at your service. I'm thrilled. This is what the people want. And I know we have tough issues, but I also know we're smart, and we'll get through it. And we'll do good for our people. Thank you.
That's what I like to hear. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, so staff knows at this point where to go with it. Commission calendar, Mr. Archuleta, anything else? That's it? Okay. Motion for adjournment? Okay.
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
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 Yes.